Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to another Super Tease live stream. It's New Year's Eve, and we might be streaming until the new year if my old man body and brain can manage to actually make the distance. But the beginning portion of this stream, we're going to be dialing in on the Midnight Beta. Likely, we are going to be testing healers, unless someone gifts 5 subs to get me onto something else. But the main plan of this is to get some healer testing done, because a lot of people have been upset with me that I haven't done a healer tier list yet, and that's mostly because I haven't played them. I've played like 2 of them. So I want to get some gameplay in on more of the healing specializations. I want to try Holy Priest and Disc Priest to start off, because I feel like Priest is the least familiar for me at the moment. I did quite a bit on Shaman, quite a bit on Paladin, quite a bit on Druid. But Priest I feel pretty green on, so we're gonna jump on Priest. I've done a lot of Shadow testing. Shadow is really fun. I'm probably gonna, well, knock on wood, because like everybody expects me to play Boomkin, but I might level Shadow Priest first. I'm also thinking about doing Devourer Demon Hunter first. I think Devourer Demon Hunter will be really fun for world PvP content, which is pretty much all you can do for like the first weeks of the expansion launch. It's the best time to do it, so it's like probably want to pick a spec that's gonna be really good at that. Let's try some Holy out though. I don't even know what their tree looks like anymore, because they've been reworking a lot of the trees. They've been reworking a lot of the ability scaling. I know in the past your mastery did a significant amount of your healing, but I think they've nerfed a lot of the passive healing now. So Oracle and Archon. I don't remember getting an additional charge of Paramending with that. And they put Halo onto the Archon tree now, instead of just being like a baseline priest ability. Dark Ruler Nephra says that the game feels super bad in Midnight, and that he has tested every spec in class. I don't think I can play this game if it doesn't change. Did you die a lot to Unholy DKs? Because, yeah, Unholy DK is very overpowered. Looks like a lot of prayer mending healing. Did they remove the like rotational buff that you get on this? It's a lot of focus on Palm, and you get Powered Shield on Palm. There's a lot of healing on Palm. You can get fast feathers or double feet, leap. A little longer Guardian, and faster Holy Words. These are just really strong passives. Your Flash Shield and Holy Word Serenity are 30% more effective on yourself, or Desperate Prayer lasts 10 more seconds, or the Bulwark effect is increased. You probably want this, because you're almost never going to Serenity yourself. I can't see you being like a target for any prolonged period of time, so it's probably better to use something that can only be used on yourself, rather than buffing a spell you probably shouldn't use on yourself. Congratulations, Draith, on your 2400 achievement. 20% of overhealing. What are you going to do now? So a little bit of extra overhealing, and when Paramending expires without healing, it jumps to a nearby injured ally and loses 2 stacks. So all of this just makes Paramending giga OP. Oh my god, Oracle is not at all like it used to be. This entire talent tree has been purged. Oracle is just straight up Paramending is giga buffed. This used to be like you get a shield, and then you get like some other buff, and then some other buff, and it rotated through. It is straight up just Palm does more stuff. An entire hero talent tree for just Palm does more stuff. Is it going to be like TBC? I feel like they've brought back a lot of TBC mechanics actually on some other classes. So yeah, they took out the cycling. So this is like, I mean, that one ability was pretty like tough to understand. It was really strong though. I don't even know how good this is. Now, Paramending is still a really good button, though. So we get Serenity, Sanctify, Guardian Spirit, and Chastise at the top of the tree. Prayer of Healing is still a 2.2 second cast, so unless you're spamming AoE heals, I don't think we're going to be doing that. Restitution. That just made me think of the word prostitution. After Spirit of Redemption expires, you will revive up to 100% health based on the healing done during your Spirit of the Redeemer. After reviving, you'll benefit from Spirit of Redemption for 10 minutes. So wait, that's the res. Isn't that the second Wasn't this a legendary in Shadowlands where you res after your angel form? Or you can get the cooldown reduction on GA. Again, I don't think I'm going to get attacked. Chastise stun right under. Chastise is nice positioning. Imperial Blaze is in a really good position. The talent tree layout for Holy Priest is very smooth. You can pick up damage or AoE heals. Very linear, very easy to understand. Cosmic Ripple. Sorry, Dark Ruler. My issues are with the flow of combat. It feels super... I don't know what that emoji means. What does that mean? Slow? Oh, it's a snail. Oh my god, I thought it was literally someone holding up the peace sign. Healing feels bad. Pop all CDs at the start or fall behind. DK Resto Druid or busted. I mean Oracle Disc Priest. Did you try playing Void Weaver? You said you played all of the classes. So, like, did you fight? Certainly something you've played has felt okay. Because I've been the same way. It depends on the spec that you try. A lot of specs are fun right now, but those are the most OP ones. So if you're underpowered and fighting an OP one, you feel a lot worse. Cosmic Ripple. When Holy Word Serenity finishes... Yeah, I can see it's a snail now. I just had to enlarge it. It was tiny on my other monitor. It looked like a head and then a peace sign next to it like that. But those are the antenna of the snail head. What's up? Please don't cry, baby. Finishes its cooldown. You emit a burst of light. Such a little... I think this does a lot of healing on retail. I'm not sure. Increases the duration of it and the range. I think we want longer duration. Per many reduces the cooldown of Holy Word Serenity. We definitely want that because that's Giga OP with our hero talent tree. We get more damage on Holy Fire and 75% of its additional damage to nearby enemies. I really like the layout of this. Cosmic Ripple, your new talent. Is this a new talent? I could have sworn I've seen that effect in combat logs on retail though. Increase the crit chance of Serenity. What's down here? This is just all prayer of healing. I really like the layout. I'm not gonna lie. Like Holy Priest talent tree layout, this is how every tree should be. Like you get an ability and then you empower it down one wing. You get an ability and you power it down the other wing. And then it's like if you don't want that ability, then you can completely avoid it and all of its power-ups. I swear this is how the layout should be for every single talent tree. I hate the talent trees where it's like flip-flopping. Like you put Prayer of Healing here, and then they put the buff for Prayer of Healing on the opposite side. It's like, no, no dog. Just make a line that goes down that makes Prayer of Healing stuff more cool. So if people want Prayer of Healing, they can go down and make it cool. If you want Chastise, you get stuff that makes Chastise cool. I like the layout of this talent tree. Regardless of tuning, right? Like, I feel like a lot of talent trees are like a mess. So like this so far seems really like a really nice layout. You need to get the Hype Train add-on. I know, I just don't know how. Vensa, I could message him, but then I never did. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna run out of mana or not, so I'm not gonna take mana regen talents until I know for sure. I think healing's gonna be a bigger issue right now. 12% chance to leave renew. I think anything to do with prayer menu we want, and anything with renew of consequence there as well. Why didn't they put the Apex talents in the middle? I mean, they honestly, you want to know my sneaky suspicion for not putting them in the middle? This looks like a really low budget option. Maybe it would have taken more money to, like, you know, restructure the original tree. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how much coding it would take to, like, move this circle over and add a new arrow, right? Like, that probably would have been more money and more work, instead of just like taking it and putting it on the side and then just adding 3, right? It's probably less money and less work to add it like they did right here. Because like they don't even get like a symbol above them or anything, right? They're just 3 circles like off to the side. And every tree is different as far as their location. What's up, Corny? Am I winning? I haven't tried to win yet. I'm winning as far as my step count. I just finished 9,000 steps. I hit 6,500 on average per day for the month of September, or for December, which was 500 lower than I was aiming. So next month I'm going to try harder. I want to be at 7,000 daily. I think what I need to do is there's certain days where like I don't want to go down the hill because it's like, I think it's rough on my legs. I need joint recovery now that I'm older. I need to just walk on my treadmill at home whenever that happens. Paramending. Divine hymn, or while channeling him. I think I want that. You can fix it today by doing 15K extra steps. So yeah, another 15K. I mean, I could turn the camera around while we're in queue and you could watch me on the treadmill. I could probably get 15K steps in the stream between the queue times if I don't play a healer. Oh, they added a crit healing modifier. Interesting. Okay, what are the Apex? Per Mending Healing has a chance to upgrade your next flash heal. Oh my god, this talent tree is so giga OP with this. And Cosmic Ripple does more healing, which was just extra healing, right? And then each pulse of Divine Hymn emits a Cosmic Ripple. And Apotheosis upgrades flash heal. Oh my god, I mean, Oracle seems so good with this. Overall Midnight conclusions. I've made a bunch of videos on it. I think that if they can achieve the vision, it could be really good. If they fail to achieve the vision, then it might be insufferable like BFA. So it's a big risk. Because this is something they wanted to do. I've heard them talk about this for like 10 of the last whatever expansions that there have been or whatever. Did they buff Benediction or Cosmic Ripple? I have no idea. This is my first time playing Holy Priest. You miss Salvation. I don't even know what that is. Like I haven't spent a lot of time on Holy Priest on retail or on the beta at all. Because it didn't look that interesting to me. I like play the stuff that looks the most interesting to me first and then go from there. So, but I mean, Prayer of Mending Healing seems like it's going to be really good on this, but if no one's doing AoE damage, then it might suck. We obviously want 2 Serenities. Oh, wait. So they took the passive in Oracle and put it over here where you get like the 3 Prayer of or Prayer, whatever. Wait, Prayer of Healing. What the? Oh. So you can get like a big Prayer of Healing pop with AoE heals. This I can't get that obviously because I'm not playing it. He's enjoying the hype train extension. People love that shit. Yeah, it's because the AI doesn't ever get dampened. So like Venruki does like 10K steps a day. He weightlifts regularly. He's in his mid 30s. He's probably not like super stoked about waiting for midnight to come out, you know? And so having an AI that just hypes your chat up, it just carries your low energy, right? Like you can just be passive. And then when it pops up, because you've got money, you become re-energized a little bit. But when you don't have any money coming in, you're just like low energy. So it gets the money coming in to re-energize you, and then you can keep going. 15% chance to not consume a charge when it jumps. You'll be really happy with the money. That's what I just said. I said like if you have an AI that's just like hyping your chat up, like we've hit a level 5 hype train. We're going in through the caboose. I don't know. I don't even know what it says. I know with Zico it just talks about Vagisil all the time. What's up, Tom? Yeah, Zico's AI talks about Vagisil and sings about it and makes songs about it. And then people spawn like gifs of dudes doing humping animations on top of his face. So would you guys sub to me if I had that? Does it jiggle when you walk? My stomach, yeah. You just set that up right now. I'll ask Ven. Is there a video to watch to set up AI hype train? Or do you need like an Athene connection? Okay, wait, you guys are distracting me from the important thing, which is the talents of Holy Priest. So you can get extra flash healing. Cooldowns of your holy words are reduced by 10% with the relevant spells. Or you can get more healing on Serenity. I think we want more healing on Serenity. Increase the healing done by your mastery and your renew. Increase healing by 10%. That's probably going to be good, I think. At least one. Oh my god, there's too many good talents. I literally have no capstones. I don't know if I want this or not. Do I want this? Naughty! Thank you for gifting a sub. Naughty21 carrying the stream today. This is my best bet of impersonating an AI hype bot. Yeah! Subscribe to get more AI impersonated hype. The cooldowns of your holy words are reduced by an additional 10%. Bro, this is too much. There's too much at the bottom of this tree. I don't know what else to get. What should, like... Wait, Naughty gifted way more than one sub. Wait a minute. How many subs did Naughty just gift? Wait, that's way more than one? What the fuck? How many subs was that? Wait, I thought that was one sub. Dude, no, it's not my fault. It's because of this stupid chat pack, okay? This is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at when you sub. And there wasn't, so what it started out as was, it looked like this. And you can hardly see it, but like, it literally, I can't do it. Well, let me show you. It literally only showed one gifted sub. And then after like 10 seconds, it loaded that it was 50 gifted subs. What the, what the fuck? Holy shit, thank you. React again, but harder this time. Here, I'll play a song for you. Or what if he gifted the subs because there we go, the hype train just started. I'm telling you, there's like lag or something. There's no way. You have to set it up now. Wait, is this a Vagisil enjoyer? Is Naughty, like your name is Naughty, so I do wonder, are you a Vagisil enjoyer? Do you need DJ Vagisil? I'll play some Poggy music. Is he a Vagisil enjoyer? I watch Zico having dudes hump his face while his AI is rapping about Vagisil. That's what his stream is now, bro. That's all I see is just Vagisil and gifs of dudes humping his face. That's the stream. Can I even play piano still? I'm gonna try. The hype train. Wait, could you guys hear that? Bro, I'm trying to get back on the Holy Priest train. He probably gifted subs because he wants me to be focused on the... What am I squishing? I'm squishing a cable or something. These Holy Priest talents are too hard. They are way too hard. Thoughts on Midnight Aflock for Shuffle. If they achieve what they want to achieve, it could be good. If they don't achieve what they're trying to achieve, it'll probably suck. You'll probably get mowed down by melee DPS. Because something to consider is that Malefic Rapture is getting deleted, which in the War Within, it might have been Dragonflight, but I can't remember which one. They turned it into a separate school of magic. So if you got kicked on something like Fear, you could cast Malefic Rapture. And you had that as a failsafe, which helped out a lot with melee DPS. You don't have that ability anymore. So if you get kicked on UA, you can't do anything. You get kicked out. You're back to the same issue you used to have in PvP as far as being kicked. Although note that like Wind Shear, at least on Resto, is a 30-second cooldown. So like Resto Shaman will be less annoying. But Enhance and Ellie, depending on if they're viable, and right now I don't think they're that viable, they'll still be pretty annoying. DK will be extremely annoying. And DK is very good right now. But if they achieve the vision of having consistent damage matter where you're spending less time between 0 and 100, Aflock should do good in that meta. Like Shadow Priest Aflock should do really good in that type of meta as far as game pacing. But if they can't achieve it so that we're all just sitting at 100% health and nothing's dying until 90% dampening like BFA, then they probably won't be good. I don't think they'll be good. But it's too many variables to tell you for sure right now. I can tell you right now, outside of Unholy DK, it's pretty decent. We get Holy Fire, we get Psychic Scream, we can get Fear, breaks on less damage. Oh, they've changed this layout too, actually. This is quite different. You can get healing and damage increased of Holy Nova. Do you have to take Holy Nova? It looks like you do. We get Purge. 1% intellect is good. Sinjay, thank you for the gifted sub to Naughty21. Naughty21 is so generous that he gifts a sub to everybody except him or herself. And Sinjay is here to back him up and to boost us to a level 9 DJ Vazersil hype train. Now you gotta cue like AI generated music and just start like the Night at the Roxbury or whatever the fuck. Just start doing that. Any air boom boom boom. I used to have an app on my phone that would do that. I don't think I have it on my new phone though. How do you get better at understanding all the buff abilities and actions in 3v3 PvP? I get overwhelmed when I try. Well, a lot of them are just noise, right? Like if you fight a Ret Paladin, what icons do you really need to understand, right? Like do you have to care about memorizing what they look like? Hammer of Justice, because that means someone on your team is stunned, which means you're more likely to lose the game when that ability is active on someone. So knowing what that icon looks like would be important. And then Avenging Wrath, although some Ret Paladins play Wake of Ashes activates it, so you'd need to know what Wake of Ashes, but the buff icon is Avenging Wrath. So if there's a Hammer of Justice on someone or an Avenging Wrath up, then that Paladin is scary. You really only need to know those two icons. Everything else is just noise. Everything else just does damage or whatever. Like, it's kind of noise. The two major ones are the Hammer of Justice and the Avenging Wrath. You know someone's in trouble whenever those two icons are present. So figuring out which are the most, like, 2 to 3 important icons, and then start with those and make sure you know what those are. And then after you feel like you've got a good move with that, then you can start learning some other smaller detail ones. Yeah, but Big Debos is going away. Oh, we probably want that. Oh, this has changed. Didn't this used to be Power Word Shield? Now it's Prayer Mending gives movement speed. How does that work for Shadow? It probably just changes or something. Your healing spells and Smite have a chance to make Flash Heal instant. I think we want that. 4% stamina. Do I care? Like, in bed, I'd care about stamina, but, like, I don't know about this. Faster fears or a fear that roots. You know my secret conspiracy right now about them pruning all of the knockbacks from the game is that they can't figure out why they're bugged and they're pushing people onto the map. So instead of, like, fixing the bug, they're just taking all the knockbacks out of the game. Because, like, the only classes that didn't get it taken out of the game was Boomkin and Ellie. And Boomkin knock, like, isn't strong enough to, like, really send you any sort of long distance. And then Ellie's don't have a disorient effect. But if an Ellie teamed up with, like, a fire mage or just a mage, you might be able to do it, like DB knock. No, Drakthir still has knock, but Drakthir knock isn't that long, right? Like, the knocks that really screw you over are fire mage because they can disorient you and then knock you. Those are, like, that's what bugs the game the most, is when you're disoriented and then you get knocked. And then same with Hunter. They could scatter and then knock. Well, scatter's gone and knock is gone. Ring of Peace is still there. But again, Ring of Peace wasn't bugging the map. You were never getting knocked under the map because of Ring of Peace. It was almost always Blast Wave or Explosive Trap. But the sad part is that those were the most fun abilities on those classes. Like, I literally had a Lunith YouTube shorts on my recommended feed. I was watching shit he was doing in BGs with knockbacks, and I'm like, bro, you're not gonna be able to do that anymore. I hope you're riding the ride the high train right now and get as many BG clips as you can, because Mage is not going to be able to do any of the shit that you're doing in any of these clips. It's going to be like really sad for him, I think. We kind of need to get mind control, or we need to get stamina. I feel like you're supposed to play mind control. We definitely want this, I think. Good evening, Mercedes. Mercedes. Are you like from the commercial where the cute blonde girl like rubs the car and goes, Mercedes? How are hunters going to live without trap, scatter, and whatever else they removed? Good luck. They removed roots too. You have freezing trap and concussive shot. That's like all you, and binding shot. That's all you have. The Alunith YouTube clips. That's what I'm saying. Like everything that he's doing in there, the only thing he'll be able to do is like ice walling people in a room and capping a base. You could still do that. But like all these like knock back off a cliff, pick up flag off of outer space, and then port, you can't do any of that. You won't be able to do any of that. You nailed it. Good. Because I'm going to probably need to pick up a secondary career in TikToking if WoW PvP continues its trajectory. We can get more free flash heals on missing mana. And you can take physical less damage. Did you just get a golden kappa? Where'd you get that from? Enhance feels bad because of tuning. I think it's because it was Giga OP and Mythic Plus, and so they sledgehammer nerfed it, is the problem. After damaging or healing a target, you 5% more healing. They Giga nerfed that a passive so hard. Oh wait, it's a 2-stack talent. Never mind, it's not that bad. We definitely want more fades. I don't care. I don't think we care about damage reduction. Definitely like the snare removal. Spectral illusion. Fade creates an illusion of you. Is this like spectral, guys, or am I married? No, I am not married. We get longer range. Casting flash heal on yourself. Yeah, that sounds good. What is this stuff? Magic damage reduction or more healing. Or faster casts at higher health. I think we probably want faster casts. Just like overall 3% more healing sounds good. I don't know if I care about Leech or not. I know like Trill likes fighting Leech on Holy Priest. Super excited to try PvP at midnight and I haven't touched it since WoD. Well, then I hope that they can nail the tuning for you to enjoy it. Any good news for Elemental in PvP or PvE? I think Elemental also just got Giga nerfed because it was really OP. Ellie and Enhance are both in shambles tuning wise right now, which maybe is good because you'll probably get buffed, but it depends on what they're doing, you know, because they're on vacation. So we'll get to see what they're doing when they get back. Like how much are they allocating dev time to class tuning, or are they just like, this is it, that's the class tuning, we got to work on the UI because this shit's a shit show? Like, I don't know. I don't really want smite damage. I guess I'll take like a proc heal in case I rot. Maybe I'll just take leech because what else like is there? I'm married to the game. Oh, that's a good response. That should be the response that I use. Married to the game. Wait, what's going on with these tooltips? Okay, we want Spirit of Redeemer. Let's just go Angel Time. We want Phase Shift to be able to dodge CC. Different people working on... I don't know anymore. I swear that their dev team is like just an amalgamation of everybody works on everything. Like, if the UI team is ahead of schedule and they've completed stuff, then they help work with other people on other teams. Like, it used to be like, this is the DK guy that designs the DK stuff, and this is the... I swear it's a lot more meshed like this. Even Chris Metzen mentioned it when he was talking about when he came back for story. Like, it's not just him doing everything. It's like him with a team. And I feel like that's the most... I can be wrong. I don't work internally. That's just my vibe of it at the moment. You might have like a general head of whatever, but it's like everybody's doing everything. Happy New Year's. Wait, is it New Year's where you are right now? What are you hoping happens with Classic Plus? I don't even know. Like, I might be into Classic Plus if it's legitimately new content. I think for me, the turnoff for Classic is that I've already played that game. Like, I've already played it, and I'm not like looking for comfort nostalgia. You know what I mean? So it's like I've just played it. I know what happens. I know what level I get this ability. I know what outcome it is, and I already know the result of the game before I played it. So it's not that appealing. But Classic Plus with like new content I've never seen before. Like Season of Discovery actually intrigued me a little bit, but it took too long to get going. It took too long. Like the couple of the final phases with the unique raid they did, with the Scarlet Monastery raid, that stuff looked cool. But by that time, I was already so checked out of it, and it was like, I'm so far behind, I'll never catch up to it. So I just didn't bother. The insurance is been dealt with. Just hope with the changes, the add-ons, it makes it fun. Yeah, that's what everybody's hoping for, right? They're saying a lot of the right stuff. Pretty much everything they've said has everyone excited. But again, like, stating a goal isn't achieving a goal, right? Like, you like at the start of the new year, I'm gonna lose 20 pounds and I'm gonna make $50,000 more and I'm gonna like, those all sound great. Those are good goals. That makes me very excited for the new year. But then you don't track your calories. You don't pick up more shifts. You don't learn any new skills. And then the year is over and you gained 5 pounds and you didn't make 50K more than you said you were going to make. So it's like, again, it's like you got to be able to deliver on the goals. I don't think you use Greater Heal anymore, right? The only things that excited me about Sod was the underneath Karazhan that actually legitimately looked cool, and the Scarlet Monastery raid. If they had just like somehow gotten those pieces of content sooner, I think it would have been more interesting. But it was like you got level 25, you did whatever the freaking dungeon raid thing that they remade a couple of times. You're fully geared and you were just sitting around. There's nothing to do. And then by the time they released something, it was just like meh. And then they introduced like the daily quest area that was just it was completely checked out. Let's speak it into existence. Well, it's like I said, I will be skeptical until I see what happens when they're back from vacation, because like literally the pre-patch comes out on the 20th. So, and I don't know if any class changes they make on the beta will affect the pre-patch. I don't even know necessarily why they care so much about pre-patch balance. Like, I feel like they should just not care. Like, why do you care? There's no like achievements or rewards or anything. Just like, who cares? PT, like, you've already abandoned balance as it is right now. Why do you care about the pre-patch balance? Just throw the pre-patch balance out the window. Don't waste any time on that. Let things be OP. It's a pre-patch. That's the whole point of the pre-patch, is that certain things are just randomly OP. And then the max level tuning is what really matters, because that's what people are going to be, getting into for the longest period of time. Do I want Aura Mastery or do I want immunity to CC when I fear? I think I'll go Aura Mastery for now. Oh my god, my action bar is a hot mess. I'm waiting for players that haven't been paying attention to log on, that have their UIs ruined in that reaction. There's going to be a lot of that. There's a lot of people that don't have any idea what Blizzard is doing, and they have expectations of their UI and all that stuff. They're going to log on and they are going to be really mad. They are going to be incredibly mad. I don't know if you guys remember my first reaction when I played the beta with no add-ons and stuff. And that's from somebody who did know that it was happening. They will be very mad. 100%. People are about to be mad. Sorry, I'm just trying to keybind everything so we can queue up and see what the healing is like here. I slowly got rid of my add-ons over the last... I mean, you probably want to, yeah. It's not a bad idea to get accustomed to it before it hits. You'll be ahead of everybody else. We'll be able to track kicks. The only way you'll be able to track them is if you get a macro that does like used to be able to get like stopwatches. You could like do /start stopwatch, and then it would start counting, and then you could know like, okay, they used it roughly 24 seconds ago, so they got counterspell again. That's how it's gonna be. Wait, where's my Redeemer ability? Isn't that supposed to be a spell? Didn't I play a talent so I can activate it? I guess you have to just drag it out of there. It doesn't go into your spell book. I can't decide if I should play Feral, TBC, or Retail. Like the current patch or Midnight, like when they're both out. I think Feral is probably the most fun on TBC in the first patch because resilience is low. So you can play like Feral Rogue and 2s and just kill Resto Druids way easier than you're going to be able to for the rest of the expansion. If you're going to play Feral, you probably want to play it in the first patch. Wait, why do I not have Renew as a keybind? Wait, what the hell? Didn't I talent into stuff that... Oh, the only way to put Renew up is with this stuff. Oh, shit. Oh, Renew is like completely gone. What? I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, you literally have no buttons. Bro. Okay, I'm gonna relog so that saves. I've always wanted to try healing and not sure. If you're worried about like being intimidated and struggling, play a Holy Paladin. You can combine holy words to one button. What? I mean, the reason that they did like shaman tanks or rogue tanks is because they were probably limited budget wise on like new content development, right? I don't think anything they put in there was a new asset. It was like a reskinned asset. Like that didn't get any like art expense, I would doubt. Like even the tier gear, right? It was a recolor of tier 6. So like most of that stuff was probably just because of budget. Okay, I think we still play Mastery though, right? So I'm gonna need some Mastery gear.
A lot of that UI is reliant on reading spell API.
I don't know. That's a Starship problem. I have no idea how they plan on making that work. I mean, I'm the one who has to commentate with it, but I've also commentated with barebone UIs that literally don't show you anything, so I'll be fine. I'm trying to figure out why I have crit, and then I remember it's because Aunt Bonnie told me to go crit.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. Is that guy Canadian? That's what we say in Canada. Okay, let's just queue and see what happens, dude. Let's see what this bad boy feels like. Oh, that's shuffle queue time. Can anyone queue a healer on the beta, please? We got any healers in the chat that have beta that wanna heal?
Wait, all I need to do is pay 1,000 channel points to make everyone hear my bad take.
Yeah. You read the ultimate Serenity talent? Is that at the bottom? Replaces Holy Word Sanctify. Increases the healing done by Holy Word Serenity by 10% and causes it to heal allies nearby. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the thing is the fun part about playing a healer was deciding what type of heal you needed. Do you want a fast, instant heal that's going to cost a lot of mana? Or can you go a slower cast, lower mana cost heal? Or do you need an AoE heal instant versus longer cast? You know, and there's like, that's the decision making of the game. Is reacting to the damage that's coming in and then making the right decision that's appropriate for it. But if you only have one ability you can press, it's just going to be target took damage, press heal button. That's it. You're not even making a decision anymore. It's just target took damage, press heal button. I don't know if that'll be fun. Were the changes made today on beta? No, there haven't been any changes yet. I don't know when they're back. I might be able to look. I don't remember if this Discord, they said there was like a date that they're back or whatever. What Discord is it? Let me see. So, announcements. Wait, where's announcements? They delete the announcements? Wait, what am I just like, is my eyesight just bad right now? Introductions, general chit chat. Why can't I see? There used to be... Oh, it was hidden. Okay, when are they back according to this post? I don't know when they're back. I guess we'll find out this week, because like if they don't do like a patch note update sometime this week, then they're not back or they're not doing anything more with the classes. Preservation Evoker is probably one of the hardest healers to play in the game.
Super, can you turn up the TTS volume on stream? It's quiet compared to the rest of stream volume.
I don't know what volume it's under, if that even makes sense. Here, wait, I tried something. Can someone test it? You liked Resto Druid? The current one or the beta one? I'm testing Holy Priest, but I need someone else to queue a healer and solo shovel, or this queue is not gonna pop. I don't even know if I changed the volume on the right thing, so we'll see in a second. Or maybe it won't even
Test
do anything.
1, 2, 3 test.
Did it work? I think I saw something pop up, but I couldn't hear anything.
Testing volume for Super.
I can't hear it now, though. It's louder for you guys, but I can't hear it. It's fine for you. I mean, I don't need to hear it. I can just read what you're typing or whatever.
Put that bin video on.
I mean, I can lower it. Okay, Rekatron, like, I'm about to mute yours, dude.
Suck motherfucker.
Why did I even turn this on, dude? See, this is why humans can't have nice things, because people like Rekatron and Nerdy York, they ruin it for the rest of us. Wait, it's too low now?
Balls.
Well, you know what's funny is I can't hear it. You guys are the only ones that can hear it. I can't hear it. What is Rekatron talking about? It's too quiet again.
Only yaps into the void and hates
It's too
everything
loud,
and
so I
everyone,
took it
yada
down.
yada.
Yeah, I'm moving the volume on it. Because you said it was too loud, so then I lowered it, and then you're like, it's too quiet, so now I'm raising it. I can't hear it at all, so I don't know how loud it is. You guys are literally using text-to-speech to talk to yourselves. Like, I legitimately cannot hear the text-to-speech whatsoever. Rekatron and Super is a weird relationship. Rekatron is envious and jealous and wants me to fail. Is what it is. Alright, we got a game. Is this Donovan queuing into me? You know what's going to be sad is I'm going to be talking and the text-to-speech is going to be going and I'm going to be talking over it because I can't hear it. So...
Chat is this lad.
I feel like my keybones are not 100% here on some stuff. I don't know my trinket on my bar. I still have a crit trinket. Oh no.
It's me.
Missed my feather. Someone stole one of my feathers.
I got the best deals anywhere. Keep it real.
Okay.
I pray to God every night that my hair falls out.
Purge is not on the right button. Yeah, some of this is very weird to me. Like, I guess in PvE you'd probably play Prayer of Healing though, right? I don't like removing Renew. They removed Renew from Disc too.
Hoo-ha! Smack.
I mean, maybe the idea is that if they make healer really, really easy, more people will play it. Turn it back down. What is happening? I mean, you guys, I told you guys that you guys ruined it. Like, I can't even hear what it's saying. I'm just muting it. Am I actually bald or am I pretending? You think I'm fake bald? You think I'm trying to like grift you guys into sending me money to feel bad for me being bald? Is that what you think this is? Because yes, that is what's going on. And yes, I would do it again. Wait, can you guys still hear it? You shouldn't be able to hear it anymore. I turned it off, so don't waste your points. And what's up, Deoxy? Touch take, but they're making healers so easy. They can just add AI healers. I mean, maybe. I mean, it would solve a lot of issues, right? Like, the main problem is that it takes forever to get a tank or a healer, depending on what content you're doing. Especially for like low level keys to catch people up. If they could just play with AI tanks and healers. The training grounds? No, I think it'll probably be more like the follower dungeons, right? They've already done AI with follower dungeons. They just haven't done it with like any sort of legitimately challenging endgame content. I kind of wonder how many people even do follower dungeons. Do you think it's a lot? We need DPS. Guys, log on the beta. Queue up on the beta. Queue the beta. What was that? Is that a Deox donation? Now I can't see anything because I had to mute stuff. I think that was the Deox. Is that a rap god? A Happy New Year's rap god? Oh, it's just 30 bounds? Oh, okay. I see how it is. We need DJ Vagisil. I asked Ven about it, and he said he could hook me up, but I have a feeling that he's going to forget and be lazy because that's just kind of how everyone is now. My best friend is in a wheelchair and he likes Follower Dungeon because he gets these nerve pains randomly. Oh, it lets him just see the dungeon at least. I guess that's cool. But I meant more like, do people use it to like actually get good at the game? I feel like it's I feel like it's a very small amount of people who are using it. This is the most dead the beta has been. It's because they haven't made a change in like 3 weeks. This is what I was worried about. That's why I said I might go on retail. I mean, I feel like I learned a lot about Holy Priest even if I don't get a queue. Like, you literally have no buttons. This feels like Giga pruned. It's weird that they want to like make healers focus on healing again, but then you have no abilities to heal, so it's like, what? Focus on healing, I just press one button. What's up, Fizz Drank? Yeah, delves are a good way for sure. But delves are actually like somewhat challenging at certain points. I feel Follower Dungeon is like never challenging, but if you're just someone who doesn't care about the challenge, you just want to see the story or whatever, it's good for that. I like the animation of this like benediction. It looks cool. You like flying in the air like a Giga Angel. I feel like this looks really cool. The cooldown looks really cool, but like this is like really basic. There's no decision making. You don't have to maintain HOTS. You don't have to pick between like AoE or single target or fast or slow. It's just press palm and spam flash. Which maybe it's good to do. I don't know. Right? Like classic WoW's like that. You just spam one button. Maybe it'll get classic people to play. Maybe Blizzard, it realizes like there's no new people coming. So like you need to convince the classic people to play retail. And the only way to do that is to make the classes as simple as they are in classic. What's the oh shit button? I mean Serenity. And then the Giga Angel. You still have the Giga Angel, which bounces palms out like this, which looks really cool. Kata minus mana burn. They're gonna merge the two. Well, it really just depends on like there is a segment of people who play classic, and I don't know how big it is or small it is, but it's definitely a segment of people who play classic. And the reason they play it is because they hate the current dev team and they think the old devs did it better, and they feel like they're spiting the current dev team by playing classic. Those ones will never play retail. No matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you do. You could make the perfect thing that the people who are playing classic want. Those people aren't playing classic because they even want to like retail ever. They're just playing it because they want to spite current devs. And it could be whether it's like political reasons or it's game design reasons or they think they're incompetent or whatever it is. It could be a whole bunch of reasons. There's a large segment of people who play classic that literally play it to try and spite retail. And that's the only, that's it. And then there's the segment of people who play it for nostalgia. And if they're playing it for nostalgia, I also don't know what you can do on retail to get those guys to play retail. But I can tell you right now, if someone who plays classic logs on to try retail and it's really hard and complicated and it kicks their butt and it makes them feel bad, they're probably going to stop playing. So you know, making it easier so they don't feel like they're getting their butt kicked. So maybe they stick around. That might be the wise decision on their part to do that. And then you have a segment of people who play classic that also play retail. But that's probably the smallest segment where they just like WoW and they play anything that's like the most new or relevant or whatever.
Mortals,
Bro, this guy grinded the elite set on the beta.
for those who prove themselves
What?
worthy of the task.
How do you have the elite set? Oh, that's not the elite set, is it?
Wait,
is this Rekatron? I think this is Rekatron.
Combatants. Care to influence the outcome?
I feel like if they put Khadgar in a giant arcane mech suit that was made by the Gnome King or whatever, that it would have been so sick. They should have put him in a giant arcane mech. I'm just stunning this guy, bro. Going ham. Angel that? Oh my god, my angel mind's not working. Okay. Let's trigger this. Angel time. Big heals coming out. By big, I mean not very big. He's actually just dying through every heal I do. I forgot I'm fighting a DK. It's gonna be very hard. I don't have precog. I literally just have one button. They actually turned Holy Priest into a BM Hunter. I can stun, and I can fear. What is this light icon on my face? Oh. Are we dead? Wait, are we actually going to beat a DK? I didn't think it was possible. It's not putting Renew up all the time. I don't have Shadowed Pain anymore either, it looks like. Oh no.
We profit.
I have no life swap either. Wait, dude, I literally have no buttons. I feel like I'm playing like a level 25 like character in Classic or something. Do I have Shadowed Pain still? I don't. My only damage ability, I guess I have Holy Nova. I'm never going to press that. Wait, why do you leave? It's only game. Why you have to leave? Why is his execute doing way more than his execute?
Do not let the cartel down.
Man, I get to play with a DK and he's DC'd. Yeah, the Holy Priest is giga simple. Oh. Giga simple, dude. This is the easiest healer I've seen by far. Bro, I have Aura Mastery Circle. You not gonna try? I don't feel like it's unhealable damage though, which I've felt on other healers. Like it feels like it's tuned pretty well. Oh, he left. Oh. Yeah, exactly. WoW has been in decline since the end of Wrath of the Lich King. For sure. It's not like, it's had its like, you know, ups, right? It's like it's had big peaks and stuff, but overall it's always been going down. The overall trend, that's why they have to monetize the existing audience harder and harder, and people complain about it, but it's the only way for them to turn a profit, as if they were getting more players, I assume. Now maybe that's changed with this new strategy where they like remix and then some classic shit and then a retail patch, and then maybe that's changed. Maybe the subscriber count is different, because I don't know what it is with this new system they're trying. How do they simplify Resto Druid? Efflorescence is gone. Resto Druid is still the hardest healer, I think. Holy Priest was probably one of the easier healers already. This is really easy. Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's a significant volume of new kids coming to WoW. I think that most kids socially view WoW as an old man game. So you have that stigmatized issue there. That's one thing. And then two is it costs a shit ton of money. Like, this is a game for millennials who have disposable income and no kids. Or maybe they have kids and they're using it to distract the fact that they have kids. WoW is hanging on due to millennials not wanting to move on past their childhoods. But yeah, I don't know how they can destigmatize WoW from being an unk game or whatever, right? It's just viewed as an unk game. Like, Fortnite is pretty much like what WoW was for us, for Zoomers. And eventually Fortnite will decline too. No king rules forever. I almost guarantee. Eventually, I've seen a bunch of people complaining about League. I've seen people complaining about everything. Every game is on the down. The funniest thing to me is that actually PvP is brand new and they need to get people playing rather than make amends. I mean, the reason PvP participation is a lot lower than older expansions is because there's no relevant gear. Like, in vanilla WoW, PvP gear was just good gear. And PvE gear was good in PvP. So good gear was good gear. And you could get it from all parts of the game. So everybody did all parts of the game. But they shifted away from that because people who like to raid but not do PvP didn't like that they were forced to do PvP. And people who PvP and don't like to do raids, didn't want to be forced to do it. So they shifted it and isolated them. So now you just do your content for the best gear in your content, right? But I've already described it as a metaphor already, where like PvE is a bucket of water, PvP is a bucket of water. Now, when things started off, there was no holes in the bucket, and so they started filling up. They had to get more buckets because the water was just filling up for the first 3 expansions, right? And then Cataclysm came out. There was a hole in the bucket. In each of the buckets, there was a hole. So, like, what caused the hole? My theory is that it was because when Wrath of the Lich King concluded and TBC concluded, your character's grind was made irrelevant. It's that concept. So, like, you put in a bunch of time, you raided Molten Core, you got through Naxxramas, your character's decked out, and then TBC comes out and your gear is irrelevant. You replace all of it with greens. So all of those years, all those hours on that character didn't matter. It reset. And you kind of put up with it with TBC. But then at the end of TBC, Wrath of the Lich King came out and it did the same thing. It made your gear irrelevant. It made all the grind that you did in the last expansion irrelevant. And now it's starting to like sit a little bit. And then Cataclysm came out and it did the same thing again. And now like third time around, you're like, this is kind of pointless. What am I doing? I'm just farming gear and then it just is made irrelevant by the next expansion or the next patch, right? I think that that's what has caused the holes. That's the issue with the MMORPG genre. And then eventually that causes a lot of holes in the buckets. And then you could also say that like neglect for content could be an additional hole in the bucket, right? Like PvP didn't get a lot of attention, so it got more holes punched into it over time than PvE did, which is why the water levels are different. PvE has more water in it right now than PvP. But inevitably they both have holes. So and there's not enough water coming in that for the water that's going out. So eventually both buckets will be empty. But I don't know how many years it'll take to do that. It's weird to me that people don't like that. I love new seasons and re-gearing. It's my favorite time to play. Yeah, but how much time do you put into it? Like in Vanilla WoW is a lot of time. Nowadays, you don't put in as much time. Maybe it doesn't feel as bad with retail. That's why you sold your account in Vanilla before TBC and did the same thing in TBC? That to me, that's the flaw of the MMORPG genre. If you play an expansion, it's your first expansion, it's a really fun time. until they reset all your gear and all your grind didn't matter. And then that's like it just doesn't feel good. It's the same reason that when you did Torghast and at the end your character's really powerful and then you had to do it again and your character's a pleb and it didn't feel good. And they even talked about that being an issue with Torghast. Well, that's literally every patch or every expansion in WoW. Your character grinds up and gets stronger, more haste, faster cast, and then they strip you down and you do it again. What kind of bucket? I don't know. Well, yeah, I think with age, there are more holes being punched in the bucket. There's a bunch of different examples that are going to add more holes to the bucket, right? So either you have a constant inflow of water, which is new players, that compensate for the holes of players leaving. You can do that. Because I don't think you can mend the holes in the bucket. How do you mend that issue that your character gets reset? Because if your character never gets reset, then you've beat the game. Eventually you're going to get bored. There's nothing to chase anymore, right? Like you've got best gear in the game. There's nothing left to chase. RuneScape kind of gets around it because RuneScape has the infinity levels, right? You get to like level 99 and then it goes on for infinity. So like, but even that probably eventually you get burnt out on that, I would assume. That's what I'm saying. How do you prevent it? I don't think you can. And I think that's fundamentally why genres eventually fade away, is because the longer something lasts, the more you'll identify the flaws. And the flaws end up being holes in the bucket. Like Fortnite is starting to get holes in the bucket. The thing I see with Fortnite is people don't like building. They think building is stupid. It's like you can build a mansion in front of you and you can't shoot anybody in the game. They complain about that all the time. This is what I mean. Like when you first play a game, nobody's really complaining about anything. But the longer that they play, they start to notice the little annoyances. They start to notice the little discrepancies, the RNG, the flaws, the whatever it is, right? So then the longer it goes, the more holes. And I don't think you can patch them. Because I think Blizzard has actually probably adapted to it better than most with like catch-up mechanics and other things on patch release. Because it's a double-edged sword. If the gear never resets, then people won't come into the game because they feel like they're too far behind. But if they reset your gear, then the people who grinded the gear feel like it was pointless. So that you literally can't satisfy everyone. That's why I don't think the genre is curable. We will just play it until there's not enough millennials to support them financially and they'll turn the servers off. In the long term would be my expectation. If you wanted my prediction on that, like I don't know anything internally. I'm not a Blizzard employee. This is all speculation on my part. If I had to guess, even if they released World of Warcraft 2, I would say the game lasts like max 10 more years. Because at that point, every millennial will be in their 40s. I'd say it lasts like max 10. I need to go to the bathroom. I will return in a moment. Bro, there's no way. Well, I'm the only other healer, so hopefully that'll just pop again. But people have been saying WoW is dead, or WoW will be, forever, right? So like maybe I'm talking out of my ass, right? I am not going to pretend like I know or understand everything, and I also can't account for like black swan events, like COVID, for example, spiked WoW subs up a shit ton. But I feel like with the way that I'm seeing entertainment at the moment, where no one has any attention span, they play a game for a week and then never touch it again. Basing the metrics of my YouTube channel and watching like the age demographic of my YouTube channel, like I used to have like in Shadowlands, like 10 to 15% of my viewers were like 15 to 18 years old. Now it's 0. There's literally not a single person who's 15 to 18 or whatever in the youngest channel bracket. There's 0. I don't have anyone in the youngest channel bracket that watches my YouTube. It used to be 15%. So what that's telling me is that no new people, at least for PvP, but I also do some other stuff too, are coming in. There's very little to 0 new people coming in that at least want to watch it. So I think everybody's just getting older, and as you get older, there's an increased percentage that you'll just stop playing the game entirely, or you maybe come back for a week or whatever when a new expansion comes out. So now maybe it's possible with AI and some like more predatory monetization practices that they could keep WoW going longer than 10 years or whatever. They could downscale their employment and auto-generate things and whatever. Maybe the few millennials who keep playing throughout their 40s to 50s could keep it going, keep the servers going. Countries banned it? Yeah, but most of the people who watch my YouTube are in the States. Happy New Year, Fabiano. Ollie Oxenfree. Hello, Ryder. What are you thinking for your future? My future? Like 10 years from now? I hope that I've saved enough that I can either retire or my stream has some random event that allows me to do something else with it, right? Like, I mean, I don't think I'd be able to be 100% incapable of pivoting in 10 years, right? Like, 10 years of me going to the gym, practicing saxophone and uploading content, there's a likelihood that I'll be able to do something else if WoW ever just completely disappears in 10 years. But who knows? I mean, AI could completely, maybe streaming is not even a thing. There's not really any point worrying about it because it's not here yet, right? Like, all I can do is actively expand on myself and improve and try to make myself as versatile to any situation. That's all I can do. Because you give this as an example, but literally anything could happen. I could have some sort of traumatic injury. I'm no longer able to do, like, all this is speculation. Oh yeah, dude, I don't know what, like, I saw like the new graphics card, the 5060 or something, is like $5,000. You have to pay $1 for every every singular thing or whatever, You could have a life announcing esports. Again, maybe I'm like too defeatist in that sense, but there's a lot of things that I don't really want to talk about because I think it would be bad for me to talk about publicly. That would probably prevent other opportunities. And also esports across the board is kind of shrinking. Like, I think, who knows in 10 years from now if it even exists for other titles. Honestly, what I should do is talk to Soda Poppin about commentating his dueling event is what I should do. Because that would be probably like the biggest opportunity of anything that I would like have relevant expertise in doing. Well, I think that the view that games are not as fun as they used to be is just because you're fatigued. Your dopamine to those situations is just fatigued really bad. We've just experienced everything, bro. I think that's probably why like a new game comes out and it dies faster is because like how new is it really, you know? Most of these games are FPS or a card game. It's like if you already played like 2 card games, it's not gonna be that different that where you're like, this is a new experience. And same thing with FPS. Well, that's what I mean, Drathimos. Our experience with video games is more diverse and long than young people. Young people haven't been exposed to it. It's the same thing that if you have a baby and you're driving on the road and the baby's never seen a tree before, they think the tree is the most insane thing ever. They're just pog face, like, oh my god, dude, it's a tree. Holy shit. Like, because they've never seen a tree. But we're in our 30s. We've put thousands of hours into a whole bunch of video games. So we're like scarred, you know, we're like ran through. Is that the term to use? We're ran through. We've had video games inside of us for the last 15 years. Like, we know which ones feel right and which ones don't. And we've had so many video games inside of us we're just ran through. So like we can't feel anything anymore. But if you're a little kid or a teenager or whatever, you've never experienced it before. So like Fortnite, oh shit, yeah, dude. We have been stretched out and used, bro. Like we are not tight anymore. Do you think Classic Plus PvP? I don't even know if they would do Classic Plus PvP. Every single one of these new features, they avoid PvP like it's the plague. I think Blizzard probably at this point sees that their audience is predominantly PvEers who hate PvP. So like, for example, when they did Plunderstorm, there were so many people that were just like mad that they even had to do it. They're just like, why did they even spend time making this? Right? And those guys are the majority now because the PvP bucket is draining faster than the PvE bucket. So those guys probably have more, you know, the thing is that bucket's going to drain eventually too. So I think abandoning PvP entirely would be stupid because you might be able to refill that bucket and then abandoning it, just totally throwing that bucket out and only relying on the PvE bucket. I don't know how good that would ultimately be. But I swear that they're probably not even going to add like a PvP centered like mini game ever again. Like it's just going to be remixes, like Loot Pinata, PvE, Transmog Farms, and we're probably not even going to see like something like Plunderstorm ever again, would be my expectation. The younger gen will rebel. Well, they did a study on younger people. They're more likely to be religious. It's interesting how like we just go against whatever our parents say. So like if you had parents that were really religious, you'd rebel against them and you'd get a nose ring and you'd go to rock and roll concerts and you'd just do the opposite of what they do. Now all the parents are very like loose and liberal and let's just chill, and the kids are now very just like, I'm going to church and I'm going to pray and I'm going to go to the gym. It's like the opposite. I swear it's just kids do the opposite. Well, yeah, the other games, if PvP isn't your focus, it's obviously going to be lackluster, right? It would require a lot of focus and development, like if you wanted the PvP to actually be good. So if you're just already on the side of the fence that like not a lot of people are interested in it, so you're not really going to give it any sort of effort, then of course it'll fail. Are you going to tell your daughter every day that you want her to date a nice man named Tyrone by this logic? What, so then she ends up with some terrible dude that, like, wait, shouldn't it be the opposite? Like if she brings, like, I don't even know what the word is for guys like that anymore. Like, what is the term for, like, a dude who just, like, sleeps around, it's kind of useless, unemployed? I think there's a term for it, but I can't remember what it is. She brings him home and, like, this is my boyfriend. You need to agree with it. You need to be like, yeah, I think he's a great guy. Because if you say, no, you can't date him, she's going to do the opposite. She's 10,000% going to do the opposite. You have to be like, you have to be supportive. You have to reverse psychology.
Let's the best team win.
Arc Raiders? Yeah, no, I think fusing PvE and PvP is the future. Ironically, I think people who try to make only PvP and only PvE are shooting themselves in the foot. Because, like, to me, island expeditions are the most unexplored content in WoW. Because it's PvE and PvP. Like, island expedition PvP could have been really cool. They didn't treat it seriously and didn't respect it enough to actually get anything of value out of it. And they literally have all the maps too. All the maps are already all made. They could literally bring back island expeditions as a PvP format. And it wouldn't cost them anything because they already have all the maps. I think we're just going to Angel. Okay. Okay. The game didn't end. The game didn't even last my Angel. Or imagine like Super Smash Brothers tried this, but imagine like you run through a dungeon and all the gear you collect is what you can use in a PvP fight against another team. Right? Like combining things rather than saying this one's icky and not, like combining them, making a melting pot of content. Like take the best parts of everything and put them together in some pattern is a way better approach. This idea that like PP games are dying and they're toxic, or PvE games are the future, and like, I think you could do it. I think there's a way to get the benefits from both. I'm not gonna get gripped in, bro. Just Angel and then him, and then he's GA as well. I'll probably cast a lot here. Oh my god, he's dying through every button I have. Fade some CC. I should have stunned the DK. He's actually just dead. This is insane damage. Okay, DKs are definitely still borked. Bro, I don't like not having renew. I feel like there's nothing I can press. I literally just have to flash. He's dead.
This just means more entertainment for me.
Oh my god, he's actually alive. How are we still alive? Get on the red, dude. Oh, crap. Well, this is the easiest PvP I've played, and I don't even know what expansion. This is like easier than... What can I even compare this to? I feel like this is easier than like level 19 PvP in Classic or something. Which maybe it's right. Maybe that's the right thing to do, but that's what it feels like. The thing that's hard is when the DK presses cooldowns. which she's probably going to have pretty soon, and we're going to be in trouble. How much healing does, like, Holy Nova do? I don't think it does anything. What's the point of Holy Nova if it just does nothing? Oh, the DK is DC. Maybe that's why things are easy.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me.
I don't have an angel, or don't have my thing.
I see who the strongest mortals are. For now.
Arc Raider shows that even if PvE is simple, PvP keeps it fresh. Yeah, exactly. There are pros and cons to both. Yeah, exactly. MOBAs are a fusion. Is it talent? Maybe I need to try it. I'm going in so slow, dude. I guess like the only real decision you have now is like, do I use an instant or a cast heal? Oh my god, he's back. Oh no. I just used my angel, bro. I think we're dead if you hit pop cooldowns on them. Oh my god, there it is.
Oh, so I see who the strongest mortals are. For now.
I don't think there have been any beta changes yet, no. How is Mage and Midnight? I mean, RMP will probably still be really good. I actually kind of think RMP will be stronger with the changes they've made. It just depends on whether or not you can win the game in a full sheep or not. Yeah, and holy DKs are really OP. They press cooldowns, you die. There's a bunch of modifiers with their cooldowns, where it like increases their damage by 10, 20, 50% on some things. Those just all stack together and they become gods. It's either DC'd or AFK, and I don't know which. It says server has a problem. Well then stop typing about it and do something about it. Why are they all immune to fear? Oh my god, we also have to learn what these new DR icons mean. A concussive shot, I think, is stun. I think the weird magical swirly is fear. Like that icon is fear DR. You see this purple thing? That means they're on fear DR. Root looks like a root. I don't understand why some things look like actual abilities and other things are just some random icon.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Interesting. I did not expect this outcome.
You teased me with the mage video? Wait, what mage video? He came back for the one round to pound me, and then he's gone for the rest of the rounds. What the hell, dude? What the hell? Oh, he revivaled. I think that's how he immune to this one. So I think they're just coming off Fear DR right now, so we can get a Fear. Oh, we got Hodge for it. I feel like it's so impossible to get like a renew proc. My DK is DC'd again. What is that Starfall buff? So they're off Fear DR. I'm rooted. It's so funny. DK is so OP. He's like DC'd half the round, and then when he comes back, everything instantly does.
Oh, so close. Interesting. I did not expect this outcome.
Ugh. Slow pace with the big heals do nothing. It's also really high damp. Oh, now he's back, dude. I don't think my priest knows he's got Aura Master under that circle. I do like that I can see sacrifice on the guy.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for
Wait,
me.
why are they immune? It didn't say Fear DR for me. Revival it, I guess? I stole a bunch of his renewing mists with that mind control, dude. What? What are all these buffs I have? he's immune to fears now.
Oh, so close. This just means more
Everything's immune, dude.
entertainment for me.
What am I even gonna do out of this, bro? I'm toast.
Oh, so
I'm not dead at 1% a full HUD.
just means more. I see who the strongest mortals are. For now.
You forgot to rap? I thought you said it wasn't a rap god one. You can't tell when anyone is casting anything? Who is casting? God damn, I'm yawning, dude. It's not even 4. It's all good spaced. That doesn't look a great deal different than what we have now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I was at 5% health through a full Hodge. I didn't die. I feel like that's pretty different, isn't it? Normally, you could be 100% health in a full Hodge. You'll use the chance you'll die. You can't see what cooldowns are available, but you can see which cooldowns someone has actively used. So like when that Ret used Blessing of Sacrifice on someone, I could see the sacrifice while it's active, but I didn't know they had it available. Without just knowing, right? Like it's the start of the game, so I know he has it. I just have to remember and feel out, you know, when it's gone or whatever. You won't be able to see if the Paladin's Hodge is available, but I think you'll be able to see the debuff once it's active. You can also see the Ret like running at the healer, but you won't know if it's up or not. I think the bigger problem will be you're the Ret that has the stun and you don't know if Trap is up. I think that's a bigger issue than the Hunter knowing if Hodge is up. I mean, I think everything is slower except DKs. DKs are not slow. And there might be some classes that have like a niche cheesy one-shot or something that's also not slow. Will it be like that? With not being able to see if the cooldown's available? In PvE, why would it be an issue to be able to see your allies' cooldowns? For example, right? Like in PvP, they can't show you what the boss is doing in PvE because you'll make a weak aura that tells everybody what to do. But like, would there be a problem with showing ally cooldowns? Maybe you could make a weak aura that like does a cooldown rotation or something. Yeah, most people are going to be screwing up their DRs. You know what's funny is in PvE, they removed diminishing returns. So basically, if you stun a target, it's full stun. If you stun it again, it's a half stun. If you stun it again, it's like a millisecond stun, but it never goes fully immune. So you can just keep stunning it. And that's all you need to do in PvE, because for the most part, it's like mob starts casting something, stop its cast. Starts casting something, stop its cast. So PvE is literally just going to be, just press whatever you want that stops the cast. Basically. Holy Priest. Nice. Why are you doing a tongue out face? You can see diminishing returns. They just picked random icons that you need to get used to seeing and understand to be able to know if something's on DR or not. Basically, the purple icon is Fear DR. The Entangling Root icon is Root. The Concussive Shot one is Stun. I don't know what the other one is. What is the other one? It's like a brown thing. I think it's Cyclone. It's like some swirly brown magic. Well, yeah, I mean, healers are complaining about that in PvE and PvP, like not being able to see what cooldowns someone has available to rotate with. I don't know if they'll do something about it or not. Get us in the game, dude. No, you can't track anything. You cannot track anything. That's part of the game where it's been about communicating. Yeah, except that majority of the people who play the game don't get in voice chat. That's the only problem. In older versions of WoW, yeah. But in modern WoW, even in Mythic Plus, people don't get in voice chat. Solo Shuffle, certainly. I'm not getting in voice chat. That's the other advantage, is you won't know if someone had something, so you won't be mad, because there'll be no way to know if they trolled you or not. Or everyone's just going to gaslight each other. Everyone's going to be like, bro, why didn't you do this to me? And then you could just be like, I didn't have it, dude. How are they going to prove it?
I'm out of range.
I don't know if I should, like, clench my butt cheeks together or not, like it's retail or what, in a lot of these situations. Okay. So far this doesn't feel any different than retail. Other than, I guess, like, maybe he's not dying in 2 milliseconds or whatever. Did he revival my stun? Holy Fire kind of feels like it's worth pressing. Add-ons low-key ruined this game. I mean, we'll see then, right? They're removing all of them.
This is a genuine nail biter.
Did I just DC? What's going on? What? Is this overall? How did he just spike up over 100k DPS? Bro, average is like 30k. He just spiked over 5 times higher than the average DPS. What do you mean fake damage? He just one-shot the guy. Oh god, is that it? Oh, that's definitely it! That felt like retail, bro. He tried to revival. I saw his hands go up in the air. Oh my god, I actually have to play the game and know what he's pressing. Bro, healing against Enhance feels like whatever build this guy's playing, you need to get to play Enhance, because, like, this is impossible. His HP is just inevitably going down, dude. You're gonna blame the priest healer, huh? Isn't there a VoIP feature? What the hell is a VoIP feature? What does VoIP mean? Whoa! Okay. I'm alive, I'm alive. We're not alive, we're not alive.
I didn't see that coming. Neither did they.
In-game voice? Yeah, but it's probably super sketch. The in-game voice has been in the game for a while. I would still not use it. It's way too risky to use voice with random people as a streamer. Happy New Year's, Punya. I need to copy this guy's talents, bro, for Enhance. Enhanced damage? I can try, but the deep details is not very good. Yeah, there's definitely some one-shot cheese on Enhance right now. I think it's Doomwinds, if I had to guess. See, like, this doesn't help me identify, like, what's hitting hard at all. I just look at this and I'm like, I guess Storm Strike? Like, there's no way to know what hit hard at all with these details. Oh my god. I don't even think he can see that I'm in a fear with how this UI looks.
Ah, come on, right? Ooh, that's gonna hurt, but not for long.
Those are using details? What, for their actual like AWC program or MDI? I have no idea. It's a copy paste of an extension. Like Chain Lightning did 10,000 damage, or is that DPS? Like I don't even know. How do I tell if this is DPS or damage? I've tried both. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. This enhance is making enhance look more broken than DK.
I didn't see that coming. Neither did they.
I don't really know how to tell. I think ret damage is not that great and enhance is broken or something. I think it's probably like a combination of those two things right now. But there's so much that's like untested. I feel like there's like maybe there's bugs in the talents, you know, that people don't normally play. So like there might be a build that makes your character really OP, but you're not picking the bug talent, so your character feels really bad. There's actually so much that I'm concerned about. What is the state of devastation in AUG? I haven't seen them enough. I would say that they're like adequate, but I haven't seen them be amazing or anything. Ogmo the Philly Death Knight. I'm not sure. What expansion? I thought that I played with a DK named like Pit or something. Who was the third that we played with? You're gonna test enhanced damage on me? You're a Haranier enhance. A Haranar. A Harnadar. A Herpidar. Alright, one shot me, bro. Enhanced damage test. Is that the best you got, bro? I don't think you're playing the right build. It's kind of slow, bro. Is that really as much as you can do, bro? Are you out of steam, dude? Are you out of steam, bro? I feel like you're out of steam, my guy. You are definitely not playing the same build that guy was playing. Did they make a new totem? Oh, Haranier get their own totems. Wait, your Haranier totems look kind of cool. Yeah, I don't think you're playing the right build. I need this on. The thing is I don't remember ever being top 10. I didn't play Resto and Kata, and I don't ever remember being top 10 in Wrath. You have all your cooldowns? Okay. Okay. Alright, damage test for Enhance on the Midnight Beta. I don't feel like that's that scary, bro. I don't think you're playing the same build. I'm pretty sure you play Doomwinds with no Ascendance. His talent build looked completely different than yours. If you go back on my VOD, like it's completely different. I think it has to do with Sundering giving you haste and Doomwinds and like proccing a bunch of Wind Furies. That was no way your build is the one-shot build. Why is the Holy Pal you want to duel me? Oh, you want to see if you can kill me faster than an Enhanced Shaman? Okay, let's see how much damage can a Holy Pally do? Okay, starting to smack. I mean, I don't know if this is faster than Enhance. It's certainly not 0, but I wouldn't say this is like Enhance speed. Your wings are over. What are you gonna do? I mean, maybe it was close. I need to get a timer on the screen when we do this, so we can see like exactly how much damage it takes. It's slightly slower. I mean, it's comparable enough to be a healer. Seems weird. This poor guy is dueling a Havoc Demon Hunter, dude. I don't think he realizes Havoc Demon Hunters take 0 damage. If I wanted to pick a class to level in World PvP on day 1 of Midnight, I would pick a Havoc Demon Hunter. This class literally doesn't take damage. He's just full HP the entire duel. Wait for his eye beam, bro. Wait for his eye beam. Watch, watch, watch. Anytime he picks up a soul or if he uses eye beam, you're just gonna see his HP skyrocket. Neither of them can kill each other, dude. Here he comes. Alright, let's see if we can finish him. Eye beam, full HP. It's like lay on hands eye beam, dude. You know, eye beam was penance. He can't kill the warrior either, though, because of second wind when he gets low. He procs his second wind, and then the warrior can't die, and then the demon hunter procs his soul or has meta leech healing, and he can't die. He even stunned the eye beam, and he's still full HP, dude. Surely he can kill him with metamorphosis, right? 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 There's no way, dude. Dude. It's funny because the warrior looks like he's low, but he's in the same position as the demon hunter is. There's no way this goes live like this. There's no way this goes live like this, bro. I'm just watching these two guys dueling each other. I don't think they can die. It looks intense right now, right? They're like half health, 30% health. I swear it's deceiving. They will never actually die. Demon Hunter goes to full. And now Warrior is going to sit permanently at 30% with second wind. He jumps away. Oh, there's no way, dude. There's no way this goes live like this. It's not like they're actively managing this healing either. They just exist and they just heal like this. Eye beam, full HP. There's no way, dude. Oh my god, he's almost killing him. He's almost killing him. Demon Hunter, is Demon Hunter giving up? It feels like Demon Hunter might be giving up or something. That's the only thing that makes any sense right now is the Demon Hunter's giving up. Oh, eye beam, maybe not. He stunned his eye beam instantly, dude. There's no way, dude. It just looks like they're auto-attacking each other and no one can die. Oh! The warrior won that, bro! The demon hunter had to have given up. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way he actually lost. I like the cosmetic of the health bar. It's just the layout. Like, it's still kind of weird. It still goes like way up in the air, or just like when a bunch of HP bars are stacked together, it gets really sketch. It gets really sketch, my guy. That slow arthritis is back on the menu. I don't even think TBC duels are that like that, bro. Oh, I got a demon hunter in my lobby. Oh. And how does this one go down? I think you can scale its size. I have them as big as possible. I phase a Disc Priest. Do you think Disc is stronger than Holy? Oh, he immuned it by fearing. I didn't even anticipate that. It's also hard to see if your allies are stunned, I think. I feel like CC should be like off to the side of the frame. So you can see if your friends are in CC or not. What? I don't know what's going on, dude. I'm just trying to live my life, dude. I have great concerns. Bro, my anxiety is raising. Are we gonna go back to BFA? I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared. Can someone subscribe, please?
Too far away.
Is he gonna one-shot this rogue again? I'm just like paranoid, like getting ready to instant heal him. I think he's doing it behind the pillar. Is he okay?
I must get closer.
Getting feared? Oh god. Angel time? This is just base UI. This is no add-ons. This is midnight. This is just what the game is going to look like for everybody. You got a fear, dude. Is he on Sundiar? I don't think so.
I'm out of range. I must get closer.
Wait, is midnight actually in 2 months? Isn't it in like March or something? Did Classic like it actually what? Wait, without doing like end season balancing or whatever? Doing the balances as they were? You want like Giga OPDK season 1 or Wrath or whatever? You want like explosive shot stun from Hunters and Wrath? I don't even remember this stuff in TBC that was broken before the changes. Was there even anything? I remember all the broken Wrath stuff. I don't remember the broken TBC stuff. Missed my fear, dude. How's it 3 months when midnight is March 2nd? I don't know. Time's moving fast, bro. I'm old. I was 27 years old yesterday, and now I'm 34. Contemplating whether or not I think having children is worth it.
I'm out of range.
Or if it's selfish.
Too far away.
Who's rage baiting? It's so funny how much more OP Demon Hunter is out of arena than it is in arena. Oh god. Contemplative 135-year-old Subatees will wish he had children. I don't really want to. I'm thinking about like how much money it's gonna cost, how much sleep I'm gonna lose, the anxiety of something happening to them 24/7. I think I immune just coil in the air. I think he's on Fear DR because he still has that brown icon next to his frame. Mind you, I don't even have a Fear right now.
I'm out of range.
How is he immune to that? Dude, why is my Fear always... I need to get movement speed enchants. I think I have no enchants on my gear. He's dead. 30 seconds before my trinket, dude.
It is not ready yet.
Oh my god. Does he have fort? Yeah, I don't know. The fortitude being gigantic like that, I don't know. The doctors say we boomers pretty much having kids at 34. You're too old to have kids, or... I feel like for a lot of people, they just have a kid because they feel like they have no purpose to their own life, and it gives them a purpose. It's like it's their second chance at life, you know? Like maybe they didn't live up to their potential and they have nothing going for them, so they have a kid in the hopes that the kids will realize their potential and they can feel fulfillment out of their children or something.
Too far away.
I think a lot of people also have kids just for the tax benefits. Isn't there like a lot of tax benefits? Reproduction, the fundamental purpose of any biological organism. I guess, but are we the equivalent of any biological organism? Most animals only think about eating, sleeping, and screwing. Now, most humans probably think about those things only too, but some of them are capable of thinking more than that. Now there are some people who like, you know, fulfilled their potential and they want to have a kid to like flex, you know, on other people. Like, look how successful my kid is. Like, the kid literally becomes a bragging thing to other parents. Like, look how much of a good parent I was because my kid's so successful. As if it like doesn't have a lot to do with just RNG and not even anything related to parenting. My dispels are really slow without add-ons. I think I won the mind game that time. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to have a kid, right? These aren't the only reasons to have a kid. I just think that a lot of people have them for these reasons, though. Also, fundamentally, unless you're a gajillionaire, like, you're just pumping out another economic unit of output. Or like your family is like so economically unsound that like you're having more kids and hoping that one of them RNGs into like Kim Kardashian or something that makes $1 gajillion. You know what I mean? Like you have 20 kids and then hope that one out of the 20 becomes a multimillionaire and just boosts your entire team out of poverty or something. People have kids to save the relationship. Yeah, the nut lottery, yeah. I mean, every time you print a baby, it's like opening a Pokemon pack of cards. You could randomly open the first edition holographic Charizard, you know? Or you just open up like another common Geodude or something. Yeah, Havoc Demon Hunter seems insanely good in World PvP, but not very good in Arena. It's really weird. You owe it to your ancestors? Bro, I don't even know who the hell they are. I didn't choose to be born. What do you mean I owe it to my ancestors? They owe it to me to respect whatever I decide the fuck to do, because I didn't choose to be here. Think of your grandma. Oh, I mean, my grandma had 3 kids on my mom's side, and then those individuals had like 3 kids or something, and then some of those have had at least 1. So like, you know, we're pretty good as far as bloodline. And then my dad's not an only child. He has a brother and a sister, 2 brothers. I think they mostly all have kids. So it's not like my ancestors are not being reproduced. Ignoring my closest ancestors being my dad and my mom. I'm an only child. But as far as like back in time ancestors, I think we're good. There's no chance she doesn't want you to have kids? I don't know. She's also like much older. You had your first kid at 36 and you never thought it would happen? I don't even consider a relationship happening at this point. What's up, Grant Martin? Hello, hello. Go to the Philippines. I don't want to even do that. I don't want to be a passport bro. I just don't care. Yeah, Swifty just had a kid. He's in his 50s at least, isn't he? I figure if it happens, it happens. But like that approach probably is not going to happen. But I have no idea. But I don't like. There's no like. I don't have like some like preordained destiny that involves that or something. How is whole is really easy. I think the only skill elements you have on the class now is like fading, deathing, and successfully landing your fear. There's like no significant way to actually play better than a different holy priest. Other than that, there's literally nothing. Do you do a most fun? Not for healer yet. That's why I'm playing healers right now. Honestly, I should probably switch off holy priest. I have a pretty good understanding of it. It's really easy. It's really easy. Well, I mean, to be fair, you can probably wait as a woman if you like freeze your eggs and can afford to hire a surrogate. You can probably wait as long as you want. If you can fulfill those two conditions, freezing your egg and being rich enough to hire a surrogate, you can probably like postpone having a child as a woman for an indefinite amount of time. And the technology will eventually get there where you could probably do that. But having the money to pay someone, but maybe they just have robot wombs at a certain point and women don't even get pregnant anymore. You just take your egg and you take the sperm and it goes into a bucket in a lab and the baby's just grown in a bucket. Like, I could see that being in the future too. Because then like the economy and the billionaires probably want that, because why would they want all of their, you know, female employees to have to take pregnancy leave when they can just have babies in a binker or whatever, and then they can keep working and keep generating profit for shareholders. So like I could see that being the future. I don't know if that's like within the realm of possibility for this generation or whatever. Like if having a kid is important to you, it's probably higher, you know, a higher chance of being successful to have it at a younger age. But it opens you to risk as well, because if you have the kid at a younger age, you're not going to be as established financially, which means you're more dependent on the guy. If the guy ends up being abusive, then you're more vulnerable. I think that's the reason why, I'm not a woman to speak on this, but it's the reason that I would think it is if I was a woman, that a lot of the younger ones don't want to have kids, because it means you're dependent on somebody you don't know what they're going to be like. And there are a lot of screwed up dudes. So like, whether they abandon you for a hotter younger girl later, or they're abusive or whatever it is, like, Happy New Year's, Joe Fernandez. May the seagulls never take your sandwich away again. Oh, it's 100% financial, yeah. It costs $250,000 to raise a kid from 0 to 18, not including inflation, and there will be inflation in there. So, and then that doesn't include college either, but I think college will be made irrelevant by then, within 18 years. With AI and everything else, I think college will be obsolete. If it's not already. For most things, not all things. I think like training, like hands-on training, and having paid somebody for that is really valuable. But he will cover IVF costs? What the hell is IVF? Wait, this guy is trying to like send his sperm to a sperm bank and then basically sugar baby women out and saying that they'll pay for everything. He'll pay for everything if they have his kids. Bro, that's endgame strats. If you don't care about raising kids and you're super rich, that's legitimately that's like a ZF boost in classic WoW. Like You lived your life chill, you got super billionaire status, you partied the whole time, and then you turn 80 years old and you just pay you're just a billionaire, and there's a bunch of young women who are like, I'll take $2 billion to have your baby, and they just take $2 billion, and then there you go, your genes are passed on. You didn't have to do any of the child stuff if you didn't want to. I think we're also getting to the point where you can like select genes as well, like change the eye color and shit, or remove like possible diseases or some shit like that on the, like, we're literally turning life into a character creation screen where you just go in there and you're just like, oh, this one, if we remove this, then he'll be 6 feet tall. Yeah, okay, remove that. I want to raise a kid. Well, that's why I said it depends on what you want. If you want to pass on your genes or your legacy, which again, see my point about it being selfish. It's like you thinking that your genes are like superior and need to be passed on to dominate the world or whatever. If you're in that boat. Because that's kind of how it used to be, right? Like, I remember watching, like, Vikings, the movie Vikings, and, like, you had kids, and the kids were supposed to live up to the legacy of the Viking lord or whatever it was called. You grew up to be a clone? Oh, you didn't know that it wasn't your kid? There's no way someone would do that. Actually, humans are fucked up. There's probably at least one woman on the planet that would do that. I think for me, the issue, like the value of a relationship for me at the moment is that if you didn't already get one before 2020, that everyone's brain is completely fried. I'm not just talking women only, like everyone's brain, my brain included, everyone's brain is completely fried since after COVID and TikTok. Like, I don't see it happening. If you're lucky enough that you got one before 2020, you better not cheat on them. You better not like abuse them. You better not, well, you shouldn't do that anyways, but don't fuck it up. Cause I swear starting fresh after 2020 is awful. Why does this guy want to duel me? Let's see. Wait, why do you invite me to a group? I thought he wanted to duel me. I want to see how much damage test me. Alright, we're gonna do a Fury Warrior damage test. How much damage does Fury Warrior do in the midnight beta right here? Alright, Rixie, hit me with your best shot, bro. Here he comes. Alright, 100%. It's popping cooldowns. He ain't going that hard, bro. This is not that fast, my guy. This the best you got? Is this the best you got, bro? This is taking a long time, bro. Dude, my shield is massive that procs when I get low health. That is slow, dude. That is slow, my guy. I don't know if twos is gonna pop, but we can try. The primary value is sharing the financial burden. See, I feel like it would be an increased burden for me, I guess. If that was a consideration, I feel like it'd be an increased burden for me. Because I said it before, like, what is the likelihood that I find somebody who doesn't drink alcohol, doesn't smoke cigarettes or weed, like, doesn't have some sort of, like, hyper expensive addiction? You know what I mean? What are the odds of that? Because there ain't no way. I think even if I find someone that did fit all of those categories, there's no woman on the planet that would want to live the lifestyle I live. Like, I spend no money. I don't think that exists. I don't, like, if it does, it's a very small. It's small enough that I will never find it. Didn't someone ask about the nose ring last time? I think with the nose ring, it depends on if it's tasteful or not. Like if you look like one of the trolls in WoW with like giant hoops or something, I don't know. I might have a little bit of a problem. But like, it really depends on what you're doing. And maybe there's other things that could compensate for that I'd have to meet you to know about. But I wouldn't say it's like a great thing to get you through the door if you had giant hoops or something. So I'm supposed to get a wife so she can pay for half the food. Yeah, but it's the thing is it's not half on the food. She also needs to eat. So you're doubling the food cost. You're not having the food cost. You're doubling the amount of food that's required. What do you mean? Women don't eat. What? Hello? I think I do no damage, he says. This guy invited me to do twos. The first thing he says, I think I do no damage. I mean, if her hands are more manly than mine, there's a good chance she has more manly hands. I have lady hands. Very long, elegant fingers for playing the piano. There is a really high likelihood that she has more manly mitts than I have. Is he gonna train the healer? I think this is my first 2v2 in Midnight, actually. Okay, we're fighting Subtlety Rogue Holy Pally. We got no add-ons. We got stunned and he took like 0 damage. That's a lot slower than retail so far. He steps to me to gouge. I guess I'll Angel just because. In case this, oh, he's actually doing a lot of damage now. Okay, Guardian him. Dude, Holy Priest has no buttons. I just have Flash Shield. Okay, I'm Blinding Lighted. He's still a good Guardian. I might just Death to try and death something. Maybe double fear them. I think we're going to be going to the damp lands here. Get a Holy Fire off. Maybe I need to do damage. Maybe that's the trick. If the pace is this slow, I need to do damage. It's kind of working. Got him below half. He's in a Hodge. There's a Smoke Bomb. He ain't even taking damage, dude. I don't have to do anything. Okay. A little Flash Heal out there. Apotheosis time. Get a stun here for the Holy Paladin. Get 2 Holy Fires off with this, and then stun him again. And then Holy Fire him again twice. I did like barely any of his health. Alright, back to spamming Flash Heal. It's my only button. I guess I'll use the Serenity. Dampening at 40%? Is that? 50. Wait, that's way higher than I thought. Oh, we're swapping Rogue or something. I'll Holy Fire this guy. I definitely need to do damage. I think healer damage in 2s at least is going to be very important. This feels like healing is not really relevant. GS again on cooldown is because this could be a mana problem. Just going in on our guy here. Blinds, I'll Trinket Blind. Stun him. A bit worried about the fact that we're just constantly lower health than they are. Got Aura Mastery here for a couple flashes. Double fear them? I don't think we're winning this, Rixie, my guy. I don't think we're winning this. Palm him. Unless you can pull off a miracle and somehow get them from 100% to like maybe 80%. Oh, it's cheat death proc. He's dead, dude. That debuff means that if he doesn't kill the target, and he's dead. No, details doesn't show enemy damage either. I don't even know if they'll add that. I really wish it did. All I can do is wait for the scoreboard. I'll have to see what the scoreboard says. So technically he did more damage than the Rogue, but the Holy Pally did almost as much damage as the Rogue. So yeah, healer damage in 2s is going to be really important if this pacing stays like this. For sure. How would Wildstalker fare Arresto? I don't even know what that means. I'm gonna switch characters. I'm switching classes. I've done Ardruid already. I'm trying to think of what I haven't done. I guess Monk, because I don't have one at all. Actually, that'll be interesting, because I just played Monk on retail to see like how much simpler or more challenging it is. What race are we thinking is the best now, since they're removing multiple DRs? I feel like Undead is really good. Like, removing a full Fear is really good. Fear is really strong. So I think Undead will likely be good. Orc lost value, because it doesn't affect the third DR, because the third DR doesn't exist. Night Elf is probably still good, just being able to Shadow Meld a full CC. Gnome into Boomkin will still be the same. Although there's ways to play around Gnome. You could get the instant root proc from your hero talent tree and then use that to root beam and then master root when they get out of it. You can actually counter the Gnome racial. Dwarf would be good if DK is good. And DK is good right now. But also I'm a monk. I don't think there's any class that can... I'm not sure. Happy New Year, Nupo. Why are you insulting me? Because I didn't respond to you the first time? Yes? Okay, so you're admitting that you're deeply unstable. I played a bit of Disc. Not really enough that I remember it, but I haven't played like any Monk, obviously, because I don't have one. I'm thinking I'll play Undead, but also everybody's Alliance, so maybe not. I'll just go to Night Elf. World MS. Some people have been really laggy. I don't know if that's like a personal thing or if it's a server thing, though. But there have definitely been people like perma-lagging in D-Scene. You just not nice, so I'm not nice. Bro, I didn't see your message for a second, and then you called me a fat fuck. Like, what? If you think that's normal, then I think that you're off your rocker. Time to move on. Move on to what? What are we moving on to? Your wife eats less food, but she orders more. Happy New Year, Rinley.
Champion.
Rinley is always a fun
Zealots
name to
and her
read.
devouring host lay siege to
Mostly because it reminds me of Ripley's Believe It or Not. What's up, Psyox? Oh god, I'm gonna get intimidated by the talent tree again, dude. I swear setting up a character is just like, it feels like a nightmare. Can you answer my question? I don't see a question. I just see you typed at Supatees, and then there's nothing. Oh, wait, is it above it? Did they add now so you can see bubble and block on the nameplates? You can see when a defensive is active, but you can't see if it's available. Last time in your stream, it felt like Shadowlands or BOA. BOA? It depends on what class you are. Some classes still have one-shots, so those classes feel like you're playing Shadowlands. Housing is here. Yes. Okay, let's see what this is about, because I don't know anything about Monk. So like, what are your Apex? Rising Sunkick and Vivify have a chance to activate Spirit Font, which causes your next enveloping mist to channel Soothing Mist from you. If Spirit Font's Soothing Mist heals a full health target, it will jump to another ally. Rising Sunkick damage increased by 10%, and Enveloping Mist healing increased by 10%, and these bonuses are increased by 50% while Spirit Font is active. Thunder Focus T activates Spirit Font, and Spirit Font applies Chi Cocoons at 30% effectiveness to allied targets. So this is just a bunch of modifiers on your core abilities. Maybe leaning a little bit more towards a Fistweaver build just because of the Rising Sun Kick implications. Maybe. Let's look at these now. We get Thunder Focus T. What is that? Misty Coalescence. Renewing Mist Healing is increased. Just throughput. Life Cocoon's pretty high up here. Manatee, Vivify. Shaylin's Gift Healing is increased by 300% or 500%. Just baseline? What the fuck? Didn't you have to have like a stack or something? What is Rushing Wind Kick? I just have that baseline. I don't know if I'm going to do 2s or not. Rising Sun Kick now kicks up Gust of Mist to heal 2 allies. Spinning Crane Kick and Black Eye Kick have a chance to kick up a Gust of Mist. Or we get Restoral. This one's castable while stunned, and this one's not. Healing Elixir. The amount absorbed is 80%. Life Cocoon grants up to 5 stacks of Manatee. Yeah. Cooldown of Revival. Way of the Serpent. I think you probably play Way of the Crane. Wait, didn't this used to be an active ability and now it's a passive? Or is that down here? Oh, it's down here. Get the punchy stuff. Vivify has a 20% chance to cause your next Rising Sun Kick or Enveloping Mist. I don't know how important Manatee really is. Right now, at least. I think it's not that important. Renewing Mist Heal over time has a chance to cause your next Vivify to also trigger a Zen Pulse. Didn't this used to be an active ability? We get auto application Renewing Mist. I don't know how important any of this stuff is. I think I play with that on retail though. While channeling Manatee, you exhale Breath of Yulon. When activated, Yulon and Chi-Ji apply Chi Cocoons. Okay, then I need to get something. Retail, so I do think that this is a lot. Like, I think they need to consider, like, changing these talent trees. Because it's just so much. I mean, maybe it's good that it's so much, but it just feels like it's so much. Like, it just feels like so much. I'm literally exhausted. And I'm just reading talents. And I'm exhausted. The mop trees. Well, it's funny because when we had those, like, the advantage of these is that you get to tweak, like, little independent things. Right? But how often are you actually doing that? I don't know. Versus, like, the new player experience when they just get thrown this giant window. I don't know. I maybe they look at it and it's cool that there's a bunch of things. I don't know. The issue is that if you pick the wrong ones, you don't do any damn healing. And that's the problem. If you don't pick the best talents, you just do no healing. I think we're just on a pendulum. I think it's like they could delete these talent trees, bring the mop ones back. People would be excited for like 2 years and then they'd be complaining about it. I swear we're just on a pendulum. We just swing. It's the same thing with ability pruning. Like, we're saying the game is too complicated. We need to prune the abilities. We already did that. And then what happened after like 2 or 3 years? We thought the game was too boring and we need to add abilities back. And so now we're on the pendulum where it's like, remove this. Path of Exile's talent tree, literally, Dude, I don't know how people even get into that. How do you even get into Path of Exile, the talent tree that huge? Read the Mistweaver talents. They have no idea what to do with Mistweaver. I don't even know what Mistweaver does. So, like, do I take Zen Pulse? Probably not. I guess this. You think you do, but you don't? Oh, 100%. Like, the people that want classic, they want the nostalgia. Like, if you created a modern classic, like an MMORPG with all of the system design that classic has that wasn't classic WoW, it would fail so hard. He was right. People don't want that. But they do want nostalgia. They do want to feel like they did when they were a kid, which is where he's wrong. Like not having the availability of older versions of the game. That's where that statement is wrong. But from a system design standpoint, I don't think he was that wrong. I mean, even the people who play classic, I'm sure, like only having one talent tree and having to pay a crap ton of gold, like that's not fun. All right, Spirit Font. Oh, we read this. It just buffs everything. Renewing misses 3 charges and reduces their cooldown. Oh my god, dude. I don't know what I want. Rework GCD? What are you talking about with combustion? You can run Big Crackle. I think you probably want that, but I don't know. Sheilun's Gift replaces Vivify now. Holy shit. What? Your Invigorating Mist healing is increased by 20%. Your Enveloping Mist heals allies. I don't even know. I think you want that, if I had to guess. The worst part about playing... Yeah, trying to fill out the talent tree is definitely the worst. Invoke Yulon the Jade Serpent, but I don't have that talented. What the hell? Why is this talent modifying an ability I don't have? What is Ancient Teachings? I don't know what I want, dude. I can't get that, I don't think. I don't know if that's right or not. How much candy they're gonna give out for free to avoid collapse? What do you mean, who? His name is Mr. Bumpy. He goes bumping the night. Is that cartoon with claymation? Mistweaver, my favorite. This is your favorite? Really? I don't even know what this is. What does this even do for Monk? Master of Harmony. Aspect of Harmony. Store vitality from 10% of your damage dealt. 30% of your healing. Vitality is stored from overhealing is reduced. For 10 seconds after casting Thunderfocus T, your chosen abilities draw upon that vitality to deal additional healing. Okay. Wait, I don't have Chi Wave. When Aspect of the Harmony ends, the remaining vitality is expelled. Or, during Aspect of Harmony, Rising Sun Kick also withdraw. Casting a physical spell or ability increases damage and healing of your next fire or nature. We have fire spells? Claymation was awesome. Yeah. Now we can have AI generated instantly without all the time it took to do it. I don't know. That's enough for me, dude. People will yeah, but the issue, you say it'll create a market for non-AI content, but AI will just get so good that you won't even know you're watching AI. I think that's the bigger issue. Tiger's Lust. Oh, you can get Disable as Mistweaver? I don't know which one of these I want. Honestly, if you want to talk like this is really bad as a new player experience, that you get like your max level so fast you don't even get like any time with your talents or your abilities. It's disappointing for people who liked the blow. Yeah, I mean that's the problem in the past as well. The way I like to learn my classes level it, yeah. I mean, the people who want to re-roll don't care as much, but if you're like a new player, like you level so fast, you put in like 10 of these points all at once, and you just don't even know have your class anyways. You still have Song. There are no new players, let's be real. Probably not. But maybe you could convince classic players. I don't even know if you'd be able to do that. Ooh. Your healing is increased by 10% based on your current health. Still have statue. Oh, you can get auto statue. I don't think I have a celestial, do I? What the frick does that mean? I don't know what I'm doing, dude. But I still don't have this talent. Does this ability not exist for Mistweaver anymore? Chi Wave? I think Chi Wave doesn't exist. Chi Wave literally... Oh, it's there. Shit. What experience is better for a new player? I mean, Classic is a better experience for a new player. For sure. 10,000%. If you've never played WoW before at all, Classic is way better. But if you're someone who's played the game for a long time, it's awful. Because it's just so slow. But that slow pace, I think, is actually better for someone that's new. I think we want port while stunned. Counter magic is so bad now. I'm not going to use lighter than air. Peace Weaver. Oh, Mighty Ox Kick replaces Ring of Peace? What if I don't have Ring of Peace? Does it replace Chi-Chi? No? But if you don't take Ring of Peace, you don't have it. Soothing Mist and Crackling Jade Lightning form a Sphere of Hope. Oh, Sphere isn't a keybind anymore. You just press Crackle or Soothe and it puts it up. PvP talents haven't changed in years. I just the last round of PvP talent updates just didn't really have a lot of interesting ones. Like in Legion and the expansions closest to Legion, like the PvP talents and stuff that they put in was really good. Giga Hardcore. Turn off your monitor and play by only sound. Put a blindfold on. And earplugs in, and only play with vibrate settings on a N64 USB adapted controller. All right, let's get things keybind, dude. This is I'm stressing out. Well, I haven't been able to play Mistweaver yet. I have no idea how this is gonna feel. Because I have not been able to play it yet.
I don't have a target. I need a target. That's actually already on the right bind. Oh my god, most of this is already randomly on the right bind. Okay, I'm gonna relog. Save that. Can level in retail blindfolded and not die. I haven't leveled in a long time to know whether or not that is true or not. I just think the congruency of Classic, just like as a world and as a whole, is better than retail for a new player starting from level 1.
It just feels like you're disconnected from so much that's happened when you play retail as a new player. So, whereas in Classic, it's like you're an orc in Durotar, and it's like everybody feels like they're starting at the same place. You spam Crackle over and over? Wait, what? Why? Okay, 1 second. I need to be right back. I need to get something to eat really quick, and then we will return to the Mistweaver testing. I'm actually not eating popcorn. I put chicken in. I had to clean the air fryer. I forgot I didn't clean it. And then I had to put chicken in it. So I got some chicken in the air fryer in a little bit from now. I think I'm missing a bind. Oh, it's restore. It's Shaylin's gift. Okay, what stats do we want? Is it haste, I think, right? For Mistweaver? Why are these Mistweaver or Windwalker stats?
Well, spit it out.
I think we want haste, right? Yeah. Oh god, dude, it's cold. Why did it randomly get so insanely cold? Like actually freezing randomly. I swear the mice in my house have eaten all the insulation in the wall or something. This is actually feels insane right now.
Be good.
God damn, we look good, bro. Sheet, dude. This is a good set, dude. Monks are eating good in midnight, bro. Mice in the walls. There are definitely mice in the walls in my house. I heard one in the bathroom. I have a bunch of traps down for them right now, but I've only caught 3. And there's still more, so I think I'm screwed. Does this renewing mist heal increase apply to Shaylin's gift if I'm talented into it? I don't think I play this unless it does. Get a pet owl? What is it gonna do? It'll fly around in my house and swoop down and pick them up. I don't think I play with those. I'm just gonna queue and see what happens, dude. I don't even know what to expect, so. Now you can still make it, but I don't know how on the beta. I might have to get my blanket, dude. It's actually so cold. My cat is 19 years old. She has arthritis, bro. Like, she ain't moving shit. I don't know how I feel about that like auto channeling soothing mist thing when you use Thunder Tea. All this gear will not be a thing on retail then with the crafted gear? I don't know how hard it'll be to make. I don't know, bro. I'm hoping that this is just stuff they haven't gotten time to get to deal with yet and isn't just them just saying fuck it and it's gonna be left like that. That's my concern. I'm really just hoping that this is just not high priority stuff for this stage of the beta and it's eventually gonna get looked at. Because if it doesn't, it's gonna be very concerning. God, it's cold, man. Even under the blanket, I'm freezing. I'm iced. I don't even know what my healing rotation is. Is renewing mist not a button anymore? Where the frick is renewing mist? Oh. I need a new button for stuff. There are only 3 rank 1 spots for Ellie? Yeah, because it's not that strong this season. I still feel like Mistweaver has a lot of buttons. This is actually like very challenging compared to Holy Priest. What is this crafted gear thing? There's crafted gear on retail. You go to like the, oh my god, I don't even know what the thing is called anymore. I saw a show about owls eating mice. Oh. Oh, you have no kick, you have no disarm. Wait, they took disarm out? What the f... You get this poopy counteract magic? Dude, counteract magic used to be ungodly OP. They swallow them whole and puke up the bones. What, so owls don't poop or something? You sure about that? They poop the parts they digest. Oh, they can't digest the bones. Instead of like sitting there and like picking the meat off the flesh, they just eat the whole thing and then spit it back out. Jade Fire. Isn't it a passive? I saw a talent that has Jade Fire Stomp. It's a proc. Yeah, exactly. It's just a proc. I mean, Monk needed to get pruned a little bit. I don't know about Disarm, but like after playing it on retail, it feels like it had so much stuff. It's 2026 in Thailand right now. Bro, am I the last place on the planet to get into 2026? You guys are leaving me behind in 2025? I don't want to be behind in 2025, dude. Bro, I hope my computer never dies, because getting a new computer is literally financial suicide. We should at least make healer kicks a PvP talent. I don't know about that. I feel like giving healers other ways to combat CC is better. There's too many kicks in the game, bro. I'm kind of doing Mistweaver before. I did some training dummy testing with Windwalker. I haven't done any actual arenas though. This will be like the first arena. Do you think Boomy is fun? I've actually played like next to none. I probably have the least amount of experience on Boomy of most specs. Mostly because it just didn't look that different after I tested it on training dummies, so I kind of got bored. I've played a little bit, but Devourer Demon Hunter is bugged and can't queue rated PvP. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if that goes live, where it's just bugged and it can't queue rated PvP. I kind of want to bet it's gonna happen. I should like if nobody mentions it a lot, we just keep it on the low key. Keep it on the down low. Devourer Demon Hunter isn't allowed to queue rated PvP right now. It just can't. You'll try and press it and it says you can't. I would literally laugh if the game went live and you couldn't queue for PvP. What is the bug? It just can't play. If you try to press Q, the game says you can't. Assume it's disabled because of a one-shot bug? Are we really going to do that? Oof. God, it's so cold, bro. These queues are long, dude. I don't have much hands-on experience with long things, so I'm not used to this. Kick. Why do you think they invested resources into a new Epic BG instead of appeasing the PvP community? Well, to be fair, the Epic BG doubles up as a world PvP zone, so they get a lot of value out of it, right? They basically get to satisfy world PvPers and Epic BG players because it's functionally both. You can queue for it and you can go to it in the world. So as far as like cost effectiveness, it's not just an Epic BG. It is also the world PvP zone in the end game. It's the exact same layout. So they get double the value because of that. I do think it is silly to me that they're making an Epic BG when they haven't acknowledged the current issues with Epic BGs, like pre-mades and stuff, when they said they would. Like, there was a post in War Within that they said that they had dealt with it, but it's not dealt with. Epic BGs still have pre-made issues. So it's like you're releasing this new thing that people are just going to make pre-mades and make a totally bad experience for people. That doesn't make sense to me that they're doing that. How come people are able to do? That's what I just said. The 40 pre-mades are the issue. They need to add different coloration, PvP, gear, blitz, reg, elite, arena. I do think that the PvP gear being completely useless in PvE and vice versa is bad. I don't think the PvE gear should be better for PvP or the PvP gear should be better for PvE, but it seems like they're so far off of each other that it's like you don't even stand a chance of using it in any of the content, which I don't think is good. I don't think that's good. Remove gear from PvP. I personally preferred Legion's templates where item level just increased your stats. I personally preferred that, but other people didn't. And so they didn't decide to keep it. Having character progression was more important. Niche gear and more horizontal. What does niche gear mean? Can you show me an example of niche gear? They reinvent the wheel. They went from Legion template to BFA random scaling. Oh, BFA was literally a lie. BFA was like, your gear doesn't exist. You're like, I don't even know, bro. BFA was like a psychological tactic to try and manipulate people's minds. I don't even think that was a gearing system. That was so random. Happy New Year, Frosty Fries. I hope that you've got many Frosties and many fries to dip for many years. I love Shadowlands gearing. Gear earned. Well, yeah, Shadowlands gearing was like, you had to get certain rating thresholds. You had to upgrade the gear. So like making alts was pretty brutal. Like Shadowlands is the opposite of what Legion was. And then now it's like, It's like Shadowlands, but you don't have to upgrade the gear. Am I stoked to play Mistweaver? I'm not really a big fan of Mistweaver. I'm mostly just trying to play all the healers so that I can have an opinion to make a tier list. It looks like it's probably going to be more fun than Holy Priest. Holy Priest looks so easy. Holy Priest looks so insanely easy. I can't even explain to you how easy it looks. Like it's literally the BM Hunter of healers. It looks so easy. What does easy mean to you? There's no decision making. It's just press flash heal. I think I'm playing a full fist weaving build. But I don't even know. I am cold. It's very cold. Trying to decide between rogue or hunter. Survival hunter is really easy. Maybe not. I don't know if it's what tip this be. I think it's pretty easy, but rogue is probably still harder to play than survival hunter, though. I think. Marxist still does very high damage. Yes, it does very, very high damage still. Cold as ice, and I'm willing to sacrifice our love. People cry even more because they got one-shotted in 2 instead of 3 stuns. I mean, they're trying to remove one-shots entirely again. Can I go duel? I can go duel. Yeah. Sorry, I was doing something. I was literally adding up my expenses for the month. I know how much money I required to be able to live this year now for the entire year. Damp is just a mask for bad tuning. Dampening is a tuning knob for PvP. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to tune PvP separately. It's a mandatory tuning knob. I don't have war mode on.
For the Alliance.
Oh, I definitely noticed not having light as a feather or whatever it is. Alright, what do the duels look like? What is that? Is that the Heronir Boomkin form? That's the Heronir Boomkin form, dude. Oh, I just realized this is the same as the Zuldazar or Zandalari Trolls. It's the same as the Zandalari Trolls with an owl face. But that is definitely the Zandalari Troll Boomkin animations. 100%. This is the Zandalari Troll Boomkin skin. Or skeleton with Boomkin skin on it. Like owl. It's probably the same wings. It's just different face. Different body. I guess it's fine because it kind of looks like a bat. Do I have any income besides streaming and casting? My income is Twitch, YouTube. Do you want to separate donations or whatever? If you want to or not, or count that as Twitch? Twitch, YouTube, casting, and then my investments. So 4. Right now it's 4. I've gotten like some music money too, but it's so small I don't even think it's worth mentioning. I am trying to increase my opportunities with music to make money with it, but it's still very infancy level. What do I spend on food? See, I'm kind of lazy with my records. I just record everything for the month. I don't like separate it into like, this is for groceries, this is for the, I don't separate it. I only separate it if I look at like how much I spent on a month and I'm like, what the hell? How did I spend that much or whatever? Onlybalds.com. Easy money. Oh, bro, I already am on that site. You're not on that site? $30 a month on popcorn? Probably. I mean, food's my highest expense because it's like my only expense. Other than maybe electricity in the winter might get... Even electricity in the winter, I don't think it's more expensive than food. Food is what I spend the most on. And I don't even order food. I don't order and I don't go out. I get all of my food from the grocery store, and food is still probably it was my number 1 expense. Eat the mice in your walls? I don't think that's a good idea. I haven't played much in the last month. Talk me into buying the new expansion. Are you frustrated about add-ons and bloated classes and you want a simpler, streamlined experience? I think I probably spend like $800 Canadian, so that's like 600 maybe, or 550. I'm sold. Sounds great. Oh my god, a game. Jeez. I'm gonna have to do the math on this actually. I have my expenses for October. I lived off $600. How the hell did I do that? I must have put a lot of stuff on a credit card and then paid it off the next month. That's like the only thing that makes sense. There's no way I lived off $600. I think if you're a done dad gamer, that you're probably pretty happy about the pruning, and you're probably pretty happy about the slower pace, and you're probably pretty happy about the no add-ons. If you're like a sweat, I don't think you're happy about it. If you're a sweat lord, you do not like all these changes. This expansion's literally the opposite of what Asmongold said. Like, Asmongold's like, the game's designed for the top 1%. This game is not being designed for the top 1% at all right now. I haven't gotten to play yet. I mean, I have baseboard heater. I just maybe it's not on. I don't know if it's on or not. Oh, I think I could reduce my food cost if I bought more frozen things, like frozen meat. I just like buying fresh meat. Is that your I don't know if that's my Asmongold voice. Well, yeah, I don't know if that's 100% true, that if you're a sweat, you're guaranteed to keep playing anyways. I don't know if that's true. Like for people whose finances are tied to the game, maybe. But for like a casual, like just for someone who plays as a sweat, but they don't like monetizing it, there's no guarantee. You might chase them out of the game. And class design has caused people to quit the game in the past. And it's regardless if it's simplification or complexity or just a change in general. If someone doesn't like how their class feels compared to how it did before, they will quit the game over that. That's been like a main reason people quit. The assumption that the sweats will stay anyways is a risky assumption. Is Resto Shaman fun? And not a lot has changed other than I think Healing Wave got removed. I feel like Mistweaver needs to I honestly wonder if renewing Mist should be pruned or like consolidated into Envelop or something. They're boosters. Oh yeah, I mean like I said, if you have your finances tied to the game, then you'll keep playing no matter what Blizzard does. But if you're just like an enjoyer of the game, you may quit if your class is significantly performing not as you want. Well, once you turn 35, your testosterone starts to drop and you don't feel like the need to prove anything anymore, right? Like you might have a family or a career or that's more satisfying, more fulfilling, and you don't have that urgency to prove something. That's why like competitive games need young people with high T levels who feel like they have something to prove.
Well, looky here. Our main attraction finally showed up.
They quit too. I mean, it's a bunch of things, right? You probably played the game for a long time too. I mean, I guarantee if you started, I'm not saying you should do performance enhancing drugs, but if you did do them, I do think it would make you care more about being high rated in the game.
I need to get closer.
Are they gonna go me? I'm lagging out. My god, that's an insane heal, bro. I feel like I'm struggling a bit. Am I struggling a bit? I don't know. Maybe this is insane healing. I can't see any of my buffs on the target, bro. That's so bad. When Bark Skin's up, I can't like see my hots. Song him up. I mean, Monk definitely feels more flashy than Holy Priest out of everything I've played. I don't understand like the rotation. I feel like everything just does so much healing. I can just like press whatever and it's gonna heal for a decent amount. I feel like I missed Clash though. I definitely feel like I got like godly healing, and the auto statue is actually really nice. Although I feel like that's taking away a little bit of skill, like you don't have to think about where you're putting the statue, but it's really nice. I just get Searing Glare on that. Oh god. What am I doing?
It's too far away. I need to get closer.
The Thunder Tea envelop feels really strong. I might not be able to heal anymore. Dampening's too high. How am I getting an add-on? It's the beta. I thought you can't have add-ons. How am I getting an add-on issue?
I didn't see that coming.
What? Well, I mean, rated RBGs, people are quitting just because it's too annoying to form a pre-made. It's gonna die the same way 5v5 did. Unless rated BGs had a gladiator mount to keep it relevant to get people to like go do it, no one's gonna do it. I mean, imagine if you could queue LFR and get the mythic raid mount, right? You're not gonna queue mythic. It's way more effort to do mythic raid than LFR to get the mount. It's the same thing. You get the same shit from BG Blitz that you do from rated BGs. It's just way easier to play. So why would you play rated BGs? Exactly. Threes wouldn't have anyone playing it if there was no glad mount. It's the same thing with RBGs. No one's gonna do any of this pre-made group shit unless there's a reward, because it's so annoying to make a group. I feel like my crane cooldown is really long. I don't know if that's normal or not. I don't know if we're gonna get this. No. I walk back into it.
Keeping this fight interesting this time.
Disarm the or the missile, bro. Worth. I don't have a kick. I have to accept my fate. Going into the clone zone, dude. I feel like no one's taking damage and I can just sit here attacking, dude.
Oh, you keep fighting that, well, everywhere.
I just think eventually people's dopamine goes down and they get bored and they want to quit. I just think that's the main reason people quit nowadays on video games. You can make it slow, make it fast. It's always going to be a complaint. The main complaint is just your dopamine doesn't feel the same because you played it for like a couple weeks and now you're bored. How do I get my statue to spawn? I can't remember. I think it's an enveloping with the T, I think. Yeah, that's gotta be it, right? Yeah, I've spawned one now. Okay. I remember how to do this, sort of. Not really. Sometimes.
Oh, you keep
Got the
spoiling all my
bubs.
fun.
Or the big Bubba Chubs. Oh, so you gotta think about how you're gonna use your Thunder Focus T because it spawns a statue on the target, and I think it'll just keep healing that target. Maybe it switches targets. Mist River healing is definitely like the strongest of any healer I've played so far. But I say it's also like the most complicated healer. Mind you, I don't main this class, but it feels like the most complicated healer. You have just so many more keybinds than the other ones. I don't know if this is DR'd or not. Oh, that kick does magic damage. Pre-walled this, am I still dead? Survival it, I guess. I feel like I don't have to heal. I don't know if that's because my healing's OP, or I'm just good at the game. I start out just punching things. Oh, the clone.
Ah, come on.
Boop.
I'm gonna remember that one for a long time.
They should support and encourage social activities. Yeah, but the activity is just so much higher on solo content. Like, if they did solo queue Mythic Plus, so you don't have to go through LFG hell, way more people would be playing Mythic Plus. I mean, I don't disagree with you that the best experience in the game is to make friends and queue the rated content with your friends. But the thing is most people are 35 years old. They don't have the schedule of their friends anymore to be able to be on at the same time to do it. So it's better to just be able to play the game at all than to log on and not have a team. Is it really my fist weaving healing is this strong? Wait, how did my stun not go off? Some of these mechanics are really OP that Mistweaver has. The T envelop or whatever seems really good.
I need to get closer.
Where's my keybind to? Ugh. Stuck. I don't even use mana either. Like, what is the mana tuning on this? Oh god. What? That's a lay on hands, or did he actually lay on hands?
It's too far away.
Ah, come on! Right when it was getting good!
Dunked him.
See that coming. Neither did they.
Being bad isn't as much fun as it used to be. I don't think being bad is ever really fun. What is fun is going from bad to good, though. Like, the progress is fun. So, like, if everyone's the same and no one can get better, that's boring. But if everybody feels like they're massively far ahead of you and you feel bad because you're getting owned, that doesn't feel good either. But there's no good solution other than to help teach you how to play. If you bring the top down, it doesn't make it a better experience.
I'm out of range.
How do you avoid my stun? I don't think you can objectively tell me it's less fun. There's no way, like... What? I guarantee in the past, the difference was that everybody else was as bad as you are. Now there are people better. Well, they're actually doing damage this time. I kind of have to heal. Getting a song off of Incap is actually very hard. I don't have a freaking thing. I don't know who they're even attacking sometimes. Is this guy on stun DR? I don't think so. Oh, I'm dying. I got my wall up. Am I dead through wall? I'm just gonna song this guy. Attacking the Mistweaver definitely seems like the move, though. Yeah, it definitely is.
Right in the, well, everywhere.
The mark of a good game versus a bad one is how much fun you have losing. What? That's so subjective. Some people hate losing no matter what. That just means every game they've played is bad.
I need a target. Too far away. I need to get closer.
Kelly while stunned? I mean, I could. I didn't think I would get attacked. But definitely going on the Mistweaver feels like a good option. I was trying to figure out what the weakness of the class was. Even this is like, I still feel like he can also die, it looks like, so maybe this isn't that big of a difference.
Oh, you keep spoiling all my fun.
My solar beams.
That's gonna hurt, but not for long.
I did touch a Dazzle. This guy is spam messaging me. You got rolled up and smoked. Rolled up. Do you think somebody wants attention? Mistweaver definitely feels like the strongest healer. It still feels like a complete healer, I would say. Like it feels easier to play than retail, which is good. I feel like retail Mistweaver so, at least for me, is so much. But it also seems really OP. I don't know if it's gonna stay like this, where you can just like chill and do nothing for like 5 seconds. Oh, it's gonna stay like that. Bro, is my chicken done? Bro, I need some chonkin', dude. This is why I disabled the chat. I just laugh when it happens. What's up, Rad? Hello, hello. Is it a certain realm? I mean, those realms don't exist on the beta. It's just one realm. It's just one realm to rule them all. I had my best PvP week ever when I was chat banned. Yeah, because typing is not worth it. Typing is literally just a psychological casino. You could type positive things and it's still a casino, because they could assume you're being sarcastic, or they could view it as you putting a lot of pressure on them. It's literally typing anything in the game is a casino. You have no guarantee of anything that you're typing will produce a desirable result. Leaving lobbies with 100k? What do you mean 100k? What does that mean? I haven't played Arc Raiders. I don't know what that means. Like 100k viewers? I mean, this version of Monk is fun. Like, I feel like you have agency on the game. You do good damage. You're OP. I definitely think Monk is sitting pretty comfy right now. Any idea what the best healer is for threes? I mean, right now I think it's Monk. Yeah, Monk feels nice. I'll just say right now, this feels nice overall. It's OP tuning wise, but feels like you have more control of the game. Holy Priest felt like you can control the game when you have Chastise, and then you're kind of just spamming Flash Heal until you have Chastise again. Yeah, Holy Pally feels good right now too. Some people have been saying that Resto Druid's really good, but I think it was like decent. I don't know if it's as good as Monk though. H-Freeze is fine until you run out of cooldowns. You ever watch movies or TV shows? I want to watch Stranger Things. It just came out, didn't it? I'm gonna watch that tonight, probably. A lot of the new media, I just don't like it anymore. I was watching Wednesday, like the Addams Family, like a spin-off of Wednesday or whatever, going to school. It's been okay. But I just get bored nowadays. Whereas like 10 years ago, I would be able to sit on Netflix for like 10 hours and not even notice. Now I feel like I can't even like get through an episode in a season before getting bored. I have a zoomer brain, yeah. I need to get some chicken, bro. I am tired. I just put it in the air fryer. Hopefully it's done. Have some nice chomkin. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Well, if PvP ends up fried, bro, I might switch PV. I might try to switch if it ends up really fried. Like if it ends up like BFA, I will probably be mostly doing PvE. Thank you. This is my grandma's bowl. This poor rogue, dude. Oh my god. The salad will make me sleepy, bro. I'm behind on protein, bro. I gotta catch up. Heal him. I'm eating. I'm out of mana IRL. Why are you asking me that question as if I sampled all of the options? How cold is it? Like -6, I think, Celsius. That's warm? What? What do you mean it's -67? I'm looking. It's -4 right now outside. Celsius. How are you -67? What are you doing? Why are the shuffle keys taking? I don't know. I actually don't. This character's new. You might have too high of MMR. You might want to remake your character if you have like any high rating or whatever. You might want to consider remaking it. Your spidey senses. Oh my god. They're not broken. The queue can actually happen. I mean, I think it's fair to question coercion, but I think coercion was also implemented because a lot of people are just super lazy and won't do anything unless there's some sort of conquest or consequence. What's a good healer to learn to roll on? Probably Holy Priest or Holy Paladin. I think they're the most straightforward. They have a lot of immunities, which is nice. And they have a lot of like panic buttons, which is nice when you're new. And they're mostly just strong, direct, instant healing, which is the easiest to understand. It's like, oh my god, it's low. I press this, it heals big. There isn't like 3 globals of setup that you need to do in order to do a big heal. It's just press big heal. We got dodged, dude. What's up, Lish? Lish, my guy, Lish. Lish, thank you for subscribing for 8 months. Let's go! What's up, Ingvo? Hello, good to see you. The stream pause thing killing me? What, because I just randomly freeze and don't move or blink? Or what are you talking about? You keep pausing it? You keep pausing it, huh? You're a little bit behind on the chat. It's okay. I'm a little bit behind on the chat, dude. So by the time you catch up, I'll probably catch up on the messages. We're gonna all be good, dude. Oof. We out here, dude. Is there any Q2? I did actually. Yes, they do. I just had it. Maybe I should Q2s. Who here should I queue with? Who trying to Q2s? You just called this guy a punching bag, bro. Try Oracle. I did not try Oracle Disc. I tried Holy Priest Oracle. I would imagine that Oracle is a lot weaker because the main advantage of Oracle was like the rotating effect that you used to get. Now I don't even know what does it even do now as Disc, since that's gone. Because the Holy One just buffs Palm, but you don't have Palm as Disc, so I don't know what it does. But yeah, there are some twos queues. Some couscous. Juicy queue up with twos. Who's Juicy? I wasn't looking. Who's Juicy? This guy? I invited Juicy Melons. He looks sick, bro. God damn, that set of gear looks sick on Warlock, dude. Holy shit, dude. That, dude. Juicy Melons is locked in. He's distracted by some Juicy Melons. How does the game feel? Is it better than The War Within? My personal opinion is it's still a work in progress, so it's not really fair to give it any significant judgment right now. Spingar, thank you for the 6 months. That's, my opinion is that it's still very much so a work in progress, and you can't compare it to retail. Now I'm hoping, well, it depends on if it's a work in progress, because if they don't do any tuning changes when they get back, then we're going to start having some problems. Yeah, if there's nothing when they come back, yeah, we're going to have some problems. I mean, they've gotten literally 3 weeks of data logged up, I imagine, from beta testing. Like, they should have enough information to go off of. With that being said, I'm honestly might go on retail because like this queue is killing me. We got one game as Monk. Honestly, it was a good game. I got a lot out of it, I feel like. You want to shine my head and then rub your nuts on it. What kind of nuts you got? Like pistachios? Like, what kind of nuts we talking? Twos. You could come do twos in the beta, Rekachon. Are you going to? Hazelnuts, walnuts, like, well, I guess if they're on my head, they're not walnuts, right? Losing interrupt tracking is insane. Yes and no. They're removing a lot of like cooldown reduction related to interrupts, so like it won't be as like impossible to know when an interrupt is available, for example. Because like before you could track interrupts, but there was modifiers that reduced its cooldown, which made it like not really trackable. So it was also like not actually trackable before either. Is it weird that I'm actually kind of excited for TBC? Like, when does TBC come out? Why am I randomly like a little bit excited for it? I think it's because I'm not going to play a druid. Druid is just boring. Like, why am I randomly like a little bit excited? TBC Arena is boring. I think it depends what class you play. I think if you play a rogue or a hunter or a warlock, it's not boring. Maybe a mage too. But like I know what happened last time I played TBC. I just ended up not being able to play the game. I need Rekatron to make a class that works with me. That's what I need. Is Rogue Hunter a comp? Did you say you're making a Rogue? Blizz step back on the add-on ban. To some of them, not their weak auras is guaranteed not happening, but they seem to be possibly willing to roll back on other things. It is a huge grind, especially if you have to start from level 1. It literally takes 60 hours or something to get level 60, let alone 60 to 70, which is probably another 20 hours. And then farm the full honor set and do the raids, and yeah, you're already like really far behind at that point. It comes out just before midnight. Oh my gosh, terrible timing. I feel like they're doing that to like pad Midnight's release metrics. Because I can't, like, they probably don't like separate like the sub count, right? They probably just like, this is the WoW sub count. So if they release TBC and Midnight at the same time, then TBC gets to prop up Midnight sub count. Even though they're not subbing for that. Well, I think it's just they have data that shows that classic players don't play retail. That's probably what it is. Like, they don't think it's going to be a huge threat, you know? Whereas, like, I actually do kind of want to play it. I wish that TBC was out literally, like, already, like, a week ago. I would probably be playing it if it came out, like, a week ago. What are the top 3 healers? I think Mystery Monk is probably the best healer. Although it might be weak against like RMP or something in 3s, but in Shuffle I think Monk is the best. Like Druid and Paladin are probably like close second. And then I don't know where to put Disc. I don't think Disc is awful, but like maybe Disc after that with Shaman and then Holy Priest. Is there a single healer that's like complete dog water? I don't think there is. I don't think there's a dog water healer. Every healer can kind of work. Every healer feels like trash into DKs. And I think every healer can kind of work. Oh, I haven't seen a lot of Prez. Prez is one I need to make one. But the keys aren't even popping on Monk. I think I might actually just go, we might just hop back on retail. Unfortunately. I wanted to get like one more lob on Monk. But it doesn't look like it's going to be happening. So let's hop over onto retail. Retail. Or should we go on the PTR, dude? You guys want to play TBC PTR? You can heal me into what on retail? I don't want to do retail 2s. It was Midnight Beta 2s was the offer, Rekatron. You know, the thing I didn't like about TBC is it felt very rock, paper, scissors. And RNG heavy. I didn't really like that. There's too much RNG and it's very rock, paper, scissors. Whereas retail, like, it's rock, paper, scissors, but you can sort it. Like, if you play really good and the other team plays kind of bad, you can still win. But on TBC, like, you, 'cause it's rock, paper, scissors, but you can sort it. Like, if you play really good and the other team plays kind of bad, you can still win. But on retail, like, it's rock, paper, scissors, but you can sort it. Like, if you play really good and the other team plays kind of bad, you can still win. But on TBC, like, Rock can play like total garbage and it'll still beat Scissors. I've gotten 3 DPS queues on retail by waiting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the beta. Retail feels like a modern game. Yeah, I don't hate retail. I think Mark's Hunter needs to be adjusted, but like for the most part, I've really liked Dragonflight and the War Within. There's been a couple patches where one spec gets really imbalanced, which has ruined the experience for me, but overall the expansions have been really good. Which is why it's sad that people consider it to be like not successful or not popular, because I swear it's actually been really fun. Touch of death buffs. What touch of death buffs are you talking about? Should we do some BGs too, just to get the queues going. Get damn queues going, guys. Coming down off the Void Weaver meta. I didn't even really mind the Void Weaver meta. It's okay. Netflix has crashed following the release of the last Stranger Things episode. What, people want to watch it that bad, bro? Oh, damn, dude. I'm begging for 2s. Dude, I don't want to do retail 2s. It's playing in oh yeah, I think what it is people rented out theaters and then they're just going to stream Netflix onto the big screen or whatever. I don't think it's like publicly available in theaters. I think you had to like privately rent a theater if you wanted to do that. Is Midnight feeling? Aside from Mistweaver or Marksmanship Hunter, I prefer retail right now than Midnight as it currently stands. But I think Midnight's still a work in progress. As long as it's still a work in progress, they're not done yet, they're going to keep doing stuff to it, then maybe Midnight ends up being better. Tired of, yeah, the volley shot. Well, that's the thing, is some classes can one-shot. So it's like, it basically just kind of feels like a pruned War Within because of some specs still being able to one-shot. So for me, it's like a wait-and-see angle. Alright, how many more hours until it's New Year's, dude? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5. 5 more hours. 5 more hours, guys. Are you prepared? Volley aim shot. Dude, please don't. Can we let's watch a Bajheera video while we're in queue.
All right, well, welcome. This is going to be a very exciting video for me and hopefully for you guys as well. I have been given the exclusive opportunity, maybe not so super exclusive. These guys have been doing a lot of interviews and a lot of Q&As recently, but I do get a chance to talk to Maria Hamilton and Paul Cubitt about the new game they've been working on. You guys may have heard of it, World of Warcraft Midnight. I am beyond excited for this, and I'm sure you guys are too. I do have some questions for you guys. If you guys would be willing to chat a little bit about Prey, perhaps, a little bit about some of the new content we could be excited about in World of Warcraft Midnight, maybe just a little bit of PvP. My viewers do like that kind of
camera
stuff.
so low quality.
And
for
so
this.
if you don't mind, I might actually start with that. What are some of the new pieces of PvP content we can look forward to in Midnight?
Sure, there's a couple things that are going in for PvP. The first is an on-ramp. It's a new feature called Training Grounds, which is intended to be PvP flavored without actually being direct PvP, meaning you're not actually fighting against real human opponents. So the way it works is we have a couple battlegrounds that are set up for training grounds where you will be able to compete alongside real players against game-controlled opponents.
See, I think that's a. I swear you should be able to have AI on your team also. I feel like this mode is either your Q's never gonna pop. Like, I feel like you should be able to also play with AI on your team. First answer, here our PvP content, which is actually PvE. I mean, having a playing against bots mode is not bad. I think having playing against bots is actually really good. It's just that the experience needs to be relatable to the actual PvP experience. So if the training grounds is nothing like a regular battleground, then it's not really serving much purpose. So like the bots need to do similar things that players would do. Like you have to be able to identify that and do that, right? Can you post a link? I will after we watch it.
Or bots that will be smart and fight against you in clever ways. We've seen this in a brawl in the past.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bajheera is like for me, Bajheera is like, he likes everything in WoW for the most part. Like he just likes WoW, but he's probably got like a little bit of a bias towards PvP. So like for him, that doesn't sound super exciting because he's not going to do it, right? Like he doesn't need it. It's not for him. But a mode like this is for new people to get into it, to eventually be opponents for him, which is indirectly good for him. But the training mode needs to be well done. If the training mode is irrelevant to what a regular battleground experience is, then I just don't see it being useful. And I'm concerned you'll have very long queues if you have to wait for other players as well.
This is not brand new. The Comp Stomp Brawl has been super successful in the past. It's one of our most popular.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have a training ground for arenas too, because I feel like BGs are like, it's not very intimidating to go into a random BG, but going into an arena is pretty intimidating. So I don't know why they didn't make a training grounds for arena, other than they think battlegrounds are more important or something. It definitely feels like Ian Hasekosa has a bias for battlegrounds, at least from the interviews that he's done. So maybe that's why. It could also be the case that they already have the coding done from Comp Stomp for the AI and BGs, whereas Arena might need it completely from scratch, which would cost more money. So maybe this is just like a little bit of bias towards battlegrounds, being like the preferred method of PvP for most people, and then also budget. Like they've never done AI, as far as I know, in arenas, so they'd have to build it from scratch, which would cost more money and time. Whereas I can imagine they could just take the Comp Stomp AI that they've already done, right? Like you can already play against bots. It's a rotating skirmish instead of a permanent mode, right? They're not really adding anything new. You could already technically do this against bots. It was just that it was a brawl, and now instead of being a brawl, it's up permanently. In reality, this isn't even a new feature. It's already there. So I can imagine that this didn't cost a lot and was just very easy to transfer over, would be my expectation.
Probably is in fact our most popular brawl when it comes up in terms of the number of people who compete in it, and so we wanted to make that an always available mode where folks will be able to learn the ropes of PvP in an always available environment. And I think what I suspect is for a lot of people, that'll be where they set up. They're like, yeah, this is great. This is for me. Or if you want to step into actual, okay, I'm ready to swim with the sharks, then start fighting against other players in true battlegrounds, and then probably that into arenas or what have you.
Awesome.
Well,
Yeah,
I gotta
so
get
that-
my.
I will say at least he's aware of like the on ramp for PvP, because I agree with him that usually like how PvP starts is like you do battlegrounds and then you do 2s and then you try 3s. That's usually a progression for PvP. Battlegrounds are the first thing where you get your feet wet. That's the thing that I expect from most people. And then you want to try more. You want a bigger challenge, something different, and you then go to arena. And arena is like the end game of PvP. Some people stay in battlegrounds forever. Some people do all of it, whatever it is. But the fact that he's aware of that ramp is at least like somewhat relieving. You know what I mean? It's not like he doesn't seem completely clueless to the actual experience of the game, if that makes sense.
I got to give myself a small pat on the back for that one. I think the NDA is over. Back in Legion, we had a summit, and I got to give credit because there was a lot of things that we suggested, and a lot of those things ended up being in the game. And I myself actually suggested having a place where we could learn PvP against bots, because like StarCraft has that, Overwatch has that. All these games have an opportunity to play in a sort of PvP simulated environment, but do so in a way where you can learn, where you get your butt kicked. It's like, oh well, I died to a bot rather than like another player, and that might be a lot less like scary for some people. So I think a lot of what we see is opportunities for players who are new or returning to get into the game in general, and a lot of tools for that. And I think this is one of those ways that people get into PvP, which I love. So that's super cool to hear about. There's also a new battleground.
Yes, Slayer's Rise, right?
Yeah. Tell me about that one.
So Slayer's Rise is new 40 versus 40 battleground set in the Void Storm zone, where you are going to, as a member of the Alliance, join under the banner of one Dominar, or a member of the Horde, join under the banner of a separate Dominar, and compete in this battleground, which is inspired by the likes of Alterac Valley. There is a central lane that you'll be pushing and pulling along with objectives along the way that you'll be able to capture, and a load-bearing boss at the end of that lane, where you defeat them and you have defeated the battleground, as well as a number of side objectives as well. So if things get stalled on the main lane, then you can move over to the side and do some side objectives effectively to push the favor in your team's advantage, hopefully.
Cool. Well, that's where I'll be, right in the middle, just fighting on the road as usual.
Yes.
Yeah. Ashran has a special place in my heart. That's where my guy Captain Jackson Bajira lives, doing battle eternally like Valhalla.
Ashran is also
still one of the coolest things ever.
It's so funny. Now I feel like I'm psychoanalyzing Bajira's responses to these questions a little bit. Like, I'm not trying to flame him, but I just feel like I'm psychoanalyzing him. Like, he is very excited to be involved with the game. You know what I mean? Like, the first thing where he talked about being at a Legion summit and like feeling like he presented that idea and stuff like that. He really likes that. He feels like he's a part of it, I feel like, which is fine. But it's also funny to me because the psychology of this, it worked for Halinka. Like, Halinka made Ashran, a few other people obviously too, and they put NPCs into it of like rank 1 players and notable like personalities from PvP, and it was like as an honor to them, right? But it's also then made them biased towards that battleground, right? Because, oh my god, I got my NPC in the game, this is so cool. Even if you don't actually like the battleground, now you kind of feel like you need to like the battleground because your NPC is in it. You know what I mean?
Is an inspiration for this as well, and that battleground is not only a instanced battleground space, but it is also part of the Voidstorm zone itself.
Yeah, so like that right there, I said that what I said earlier was like Comp Stomp already existed. They probably already had a lot of the like under the hood work done to make playing against bots a possibility. So like, I don't know how much. We'll have to see. The fact that it doubles as a world PvP zone means they get just twice the value, right? But they also do the same thing with raids and dungeons. Like, dungeons are open zones with world quests, and then they also double as a dungeon. To me, it just kind of feels like it's like, how can we squeeze as much value out of something, you know, right? It doesn't feel like before where they could be really like splurgy. That's me trying to read too much into it. When was that interview? That interview is pretty old. I think it said like 2 months or something on it. That one is definitely old. Oh wait, I'm playing a BG. I actually need spell lock on my bar. I think for me, what I'm gonna miss about the War Within is just like the knockbacks. I feel like knockbacks were really fun So many classes are losing knockbacks. Hook point, Nashua mains fall. Yeah, see, well, this is the thing, is like a lot of the stuff that's bugged or whatever, they like, do you know how many people would just be like PogChamp if they figured out how to stop pre-mades and Epic BGs? I think people would be more excited about them figuring that out than a new BG. Because it just makes it so bad, right? Like, to me, Epic BGs are kind of like playing Star Wars Battlefront, right? And I loved playing Star Wars Battlefront, where you just feel like you're part of a big army. But if the other team's pre-mating it and just completely stack on you, like, it's not going to be fun. And it's the same reason why Battlefront 2 ended up dying. The PC version of it, the online version of it, was because people were doing pre-mades in it also. They literally killed it. The huge bosses dropped something. Well, the bosses aren't even physically that huge. The one thing that kind of annoys me is I feel like a lot of people have been giving feedback about the Battleground, and I don't know if they're not receiving it or they're not responding to it or what. It just feels like we're talking to the void. You know what I mean? So many people have given feedback about this BG and about like improvements to it, like actionable improvements, not like whiny complaining, this is trash feedback or whatever. Like, and I haven't heard anything in response to that feedback. Whereas like every other point of feedback, there's a response. Like, oh, you don't agree with that on the classes? We also agree, or blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like the BG is what it is. There isn't any more development for it. It is what it is, which I don't really like. Because like it feels like it could be improved dramatically. Who spent money monthly PvP player to do since 2 years? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the same time, they don't really support Epic BG, so from like, I understand from their perspective that like, there is a demand. There are people who want an Epic BG, and they haven't done anything in so long. Mind you, I think they did it because they're still scarred from Asheron. Also, they spent so much money on PvP development throughout Legion, trying to like rebalance AV and changing the graveyards and balancing the NPC HP. Like, I don't think you understand how much how many patch notes I read throughout Legion and BFA that were literally like AV tuning notes. It was actually insane. I don't think it's the AI queues for basic practice. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good that they're doing it. I'm just trying to say that like it would have been good if they did like a grand arena one too. Like doing no arena one is weird to me. And the only thing that makes sense is that they already had Comp Stomp for BGs, so it's like probably didn't take very much time or effort to move that over onto something else. Whereas doing it for arena, they'd probably be doing it from scratch. People think there's heavy pre-made action. Should I queue a Epic BG right now and see if I queue into a pre-made? You guys want me to test it? No way this guy picked it up again, dude. What are they farming? All they're doing is it's dominance. Like, they just like dominating the other team. It's literally comes down to basically griefing. People like to grief. I mean, do you not remember like People making like groups in world content. Like imagine someone who purges world buffs in Classic. It's that type of person. The guy who gets kicks off of just screwing with other people's fun. You know what I mean? It's a griefing tactic. They're not farming anything. They're already all fully geared. They just do it because they can, like, for the most part, they're bad at the game. But if there's 40 of them that are bad at the game in a pre-made, it doesn't matter. And then they get to feel dominant because there's 40 of them. So it's basically a way for them to bully because they're too bad to do it other, you know, they would smurf in League of Legends, for example, if they were good at the game. It's a way for bad people to smurf. And the psychological reasons for that is that you just get to dominate someone who's worse than you. That's why people do it. Yeah, they need to change how war crates work. I don't like that you can get full gear in 1 week from war crates. I think that's stupid. I think it's okay to get like some of your weekly conquests from it, but like the entire thing? And it's like, it's not even content. Like people are just AFK farming. PvP equals grifting. Not everybody, but the people who are doing pre-made epic BGs, yeah, they're just griefing. Which then begs the question, should people be allowed to grief? You know, like should someone be allowed to purge world buffs? Is that an acceptable mode of playing the game? Because to be fair, it does create some storytelling, right? Like if a guy is known for being the world buff purger on the server, he gets a reputation. There's story to that, right? As a warlock, I feel like it's so OP when I see a priest. I can just like hold them hostage. I mean, I also agree that it feels really bad to try and gear a character with full honor gear against people in full conquest. That does also feel really bad. But this priest does not want to die. Well, yeah, it's an exploit. And maybe it'll get smashed out of the game when they remove add-ons. Like, I don't know how add-on dependent it is. Or if that add-on is even affected by the removal of add-ons. But maybe it's possible that that will actually be addressed. I haven't played in forever. When season ends, can we still buy the Conquest gear? Yeah, you should be able to, yeah. But you won't be able to get the transmogs, like the elite sets and stuff. That stuff will be going bye-bye. Usually you can still farm the gear, though. I mean, unless something's changed. But in the past, you would have been able to farm the gear. Assuming it works the way that it's been, you'll still be able to farm it. Yeah, but the thing about someone griefing a world PvP crate is that you can fight back against it. Once you queue into an AV and the other team's a pre-made, there's no fighting back. There just isn't. You're just locked into a very unfair situation. But in world PvP, when someone does something unfair to you, you can invite more people to help you. You can play around them. Like, you can actually do something when someone does that in world PvP. But in an epic PG, you're locked in with those set groups, so you can't really do anything. I need to be right back really quick. Put the rest of my chicken in the friggerino. Okay, a cappuccino. I will be right back. I think the only like real depressing thing about the future is that StarCraft tried to do all of the same things, right? Like StarCraft, I think StarCraft's one of the best games of all time and one of the greatest esports of all time, if not the greatest esport. And their population started to decline, and they did all of the same things. They tried making the game more accessible. They added more rewards. They tried they threw everything they had at it, and it didn't matter. Like RTS just declined in popularity. And what's funny is the most popular version of StarCraft right now is probably Brood War, which ironically, when you look at Twitch at least, right? TBC PvP is getting more views than retail. Oh, yeah, the video. Good call.
Right. Okay. So there's like, I've heard that there is a sort of world PvP area. Is that what that is?
Yes, exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
It's a big, huge part of Voidstorm. Like, effectively, what we did in our hardworking, talented PvP team did is we looked at what we've done over the last couple expansions, where we've made war mode focused areas in each specific zone, and we said let's take all those and we'll put them all together into Voidstorm and focus all of our outdoor PvP, or a majority of it, let's say, our outdoor PvP.
I don't like that. Like, part of the nice thing about the world quests being in like different zones was that you like got a break from the terrain. You know what I mean? Like it had different locations, different terrain, different aesthetic, different knockbacks, different pillars. Like, doing all of your world PvP only in one zone doesn't even sound like world PvP. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's a good idea to do that. If that's what they did, instead of putting world quests in every zone, they just put them only in that zone. I think that's bad. Because you're going to get numb to it. Like, you're going to get bored. The layout, you're going to know where all the rocks are. You're going to know the worst part about it is it's literally the void. It's literally just going to be black, purple nothingness. Like, I swear. And then if it's also the BG, you're going to fatigue so hard. From playstyle and visual fatigue, you're going to fatigue. I literally don't agree with that being the right thing to do. I actually don't. Yeah, it's AV Astran. It's like, that's not what world PvP is. World PvP is a natural occurrence. You don't force it. When you try and force it, it's not world PvP anymore. You've instanced it. It's a BG now. So, like, I don't know. I get maybe from their standpoint is that it's like, this is a fresh way to do it, because like in the past they've done the same formula, so maybe it felt like this is a fresh way to do it, but I feel like it's got some cons to it. Now, you said that he had a sarcastic smile. I need to see if you were assessing that correctly or not.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
It's a big, huge part of Voidstorm. Like, effectively, what we did in our hardworking, talented PvP team did is we looked at what we've done over the last couple expansions, where we've made.
I don't think you can read into that a huge amount. There wasn't like some weird, like, smear or whatever. I don't think you can read too much into that.
War mode focused areas in each specific zone, and we said let's take all those and we'll put them all together into Voidstorm and focus all of our outdoor PvP, or a majority of it, let's say, our outdoor PvP energy here. This is where your war mode quests will send you. This is where there will be a whole bunch of additional war mode mechanics that turn on if you have war mode enabled. So there should be a lot more concentrated, fun outdoor PvP activity happening in the Voidstorm, which lends itself to all sorts of cool mechanics. There's some like reverse gravity areas where you can sort of fly up and really high, and there's some some fun stories of folks, heroic leaping out of those or into those to take people out, and all sorts of interesting ways that interacts with our class mechanics.
Awesome. Yeah, I remember Ash.
Why don't they record any of this as footage for an ad? Like, I literally don't even know what to expect from this World PvP zone. Because, like, I flew there on the beta, and nothing happens. I literally flew there, sat there, and just literally nothing happens. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know if that, like, that phase of the beta, it wasn't complete, or I was missing something, but, like, bro, I swear I flew there and there's literally nothing happening. There's no events. I just went to the zone and it's just an empty zone. So, unless I'm missing something.
Trend being like a big PvP playground, and it sounds like this is kind of what that is out in the world. And yeah, I feel like in the Dragonflight and War Within, even more, having these sort of objectives to fight over in a world PvP environment that sort of just keep happening, those are always super fun. And now to have an area where those are going to be happening, it sounds like quite a bit. It seems like the battle will be raging constantly, which is super exciting. And that's one of the things that my audience wanted me to ask you guys about is, what ways will we keep that world PvP area vibrant as the expansions progress? And it sounds like it's just, you're taking a lot of the world PvP events that may have been spread out and you're kind of like putting them in this one place where we can keep fighting over it. And I think,
bro, if we're only fighting in that zone for the entire expansion, it's going to get fatiguing so hard. It's going to get fatiguing so hard visually. What? Like, if they just scale the rewards up and don't add new world PvP quests to other zones? I mean, I think they should be doing the opposite. I think they should be going to old zones that we have no reason to go to and putting PvP quests there when they make sense. Like if the Horde are picking up some type of artifact in the Barrens or whatever, and the Alliance are coming in to try and whatever, like, they should be reviving the old world. I don't think shoving everybody into a black hole zone where there's nothing and they're going to get fatigued so hard. I'm really concerned about getting just visually fatigued from being in one color palette, one zone for the entire expansion, definitely. No reason for PvE players to go there. Not unless they have war mode on for extra quest rewards, which sometimes there are. Like sometimes a world quest will give you like delve. Like you need to collect like certain amount of whatever currency to be able to enter a delve. So sometimes PvP world quests have that currency. So sometimes you'd want to do it for that. I would think, at least. Maybe I'm off on that because I don't PvE enough to know if that's actually been kept up like that or not. How do we try to get people to PvP on Steam Deck when WoW goes free with an increased shop for housing? Huh? What are you talking about? Well, yeah, it does kind of feel like it's just like, shove the PvPers over there so we don't have to deal with them. Like, if there's no world quest rewards from those PvP world quests that PvEers want, then that's exactly what's happening. It's just shove the PvP players in the corner so PvEers can do war mode in the other ones and not have them there. Is what it feels, is what it will feel like if that's the case.
I think that's a great answer to that question. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, as we move into patches later on in Midnight, there will likely be new areas that we explore and move into. But with this Slayer's Rise outdoor area being such a large focus, I wouldn't be surprised if we take a look at, we typically, as you get better and better gear, the creatures that those older areas tend to fall over much quicker, and so that's likely something we take a look at. That area is also the location of one of our dungeons. In fact, Voidscar Arena, the entrance to that dungeon, if you're going to go walk through the front door, it is located on Slayer's Rise. It is in that area.
Awesome.
And so there will be reasons for us to want to go back there on an ongoing basis, even if you're not a PvPer.
Don't you get portals? Am I stupid? Don't Mythic, like, I don't Mythic Plus, but I'm pretty sure you get portals, don't you? Or you just teleport to it. Also, if you're going to the dungeon, I'm probably gonna miss that cue because I'm eating. If you're going to the dungeon and that's your reason to go there, right? You're gonna turn war mode off because you don't want to get griefed trying to go into the dungeon. Am I stupid? Like, there's no war mode benefit to having war mode on in a dungeon. You don't get like more loot from the dungeon for having war mode on. So like, you're just gonna turn it off. Like, he's smiling about it, like, oh yeah, there's gonna be people there because of the dungeon. There's no chance there's gonna be people there because of the dungeon. They're just not gonna have war mode on. What? Maybe there'd be some people, like maybe there's like a casual Mythic Plus audience that likes to have war mode on at the same time. But I doubt it. The fact that the dungeon is there, I swear, is irrelevant. Wait, you can't go there without war mode? Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, World PvP, for the most part, is created because there's traffic for resources, right? Whether you're playing vanilla WoW or you're playing retail WoW, it's because there's an area of traffic. So it could be professions, so you can attack people who are trying to mine or herb or whatever. It can be world buffs, like classic WoW. You go to the areas where the world buffs are, you know people are there trying to collect resources. Like common gold farming areas is another one. Like daily quest hubs where you know people are going to be, like those are the areas where it like naturally happens, right? But now World PvP pretty much only happens on world quests with war mode on, because that's the only reason to go with war mode on, is that you get more world quest rewards. So the World PvP pretty much only happens at world quests, which is fine because it's still like it's out in the world and it rotates daily or whatever. You get a decent amount of variety. Whereas like in classic WoW, the World PvP only exists at raid entrances, world buff locations, and like maybe some very niche areas, but it's always those areas. It probably gets boring, honestly, World PvP and classic, because those are the only places to go. At least in retail, the resource hubs rotate depending on where the world quests are. But if all of the content is going to be in the Voidstorm and that's it, then that doesn't happen. No, World PvP is important to people. I like World PvP. It's fun to just fly around and find random encounters. I think World PvP for like most casual players is like the only thing they even experience for PvP. Most people sub to the game and get like 7 levels and maybe have a couple World PvP experiences and then don't even play the game again. And they're fine with that. That's their experience. But I don't believe this talk about how like dungeons, the dungeon being there is going to add anything. I don't feel like it's going to add that much. She doesn't seem very interested in the conversation. Maybe I just paused at a bad time, but she doesn't seem, at least he is like somewhat, he seems like he's got a grasp of it and he's somewhat into it. I feel like she just doesn't want to be in it.
It sounds like there's gonna be a lot of fights right out in front of that place, is what I'm hearing.
There might be.
Okay, maybe I paused it at a bad time.
Just ganking people as they try to go into the dungeon. Beautiful stuff. So, other players, not the only thing that we're gonna be fighting though, maybe hunted by perhaps. This prey system sounds super cool to me. I'm always like a big fan of having like, I don't know, like you have a.
Oh, she's interested in the prey thing.
Target. I like that a lot.
But she smiled a bit at the BG thing.
Involvement with that, but I'm not gonna push into that. But I want to hear more about this prey system. If you guys wouldn't mind giving us like an overview, if anybody hadn't heard of it yet, and then we can ask it a little bit more.
Yeah, the simple overview version is the player who wants to participate can opt into that by basically taking on a contract. They're saying, hey, I'm going to hunt somebody down, and they can choose the difficulty once they've unlocked those higher difficulties. So they'll choose their difficulty, how tough should this be, and then they will be told essentially where that individual was last seen. And then they will go there and they will start engaging in content in the world, trying to find that prey target, and the prey target may jump them, or you may find them, and you may have to encounter them a few times before you wear them down enough that you can kind of have your final battle against them.
Well, see, that's That's something that WoW used to have, right? Like, Leash, you used to fight to control the citadels outside of Hellfire Citadel for the raid against Magtheridon, because you get a slight damage buff if you controlled all 3 of them. So your raid group was incentivized to world PvP before going into the raid. And that works if the factions are balanced, right? If they're not balanced, then you just control them with no effort, and the other faction stands no chance because there's one dude. So it does kind of hinge on faction balance. Otherwise, it's just one-sided and it's entirely pointless, right? It's trivial. Like in TBC Classic, all of the world PvP zones were irrelevant because it was all one faction dominated. And it'll be exactly the same. If Horde's the most OP ratios and everybody wants the most OP ratios, they'll just all be Horde, and then the other faction has nobody. So like on paper, your idea makes sense. And then that is the cool part about it, incorporated into an MMORPG. But now I feel like world PvP content, they're trying to like remove PvEers from it as much as possible. It's not about being like merging them together or anything. Because they could have had like a raid buff for controlling a zone outside of the raid. That could have been a part of it, right? Even if it was like gain control of it once and then you have that buff for 24 hours, as opposed to like you have to maintain control of it the whole time. So at least you have to go there, contest it a bit, get the buff, and then you get to go in the raid. They could have done that. There's probably a way to do it, as opposed to like a permanent lasting buff where you have to keep fighting for it or whatever. You just fight once for it, get it, and then you can go do the raid. That would have been a way to incorporate people into world PvP. But I don't think they'll do that, because I think their main concern is not pissing off PvEers that don't want to do PvP whatsoever. I think to me, that seems to be like the biggest concern, is like they are aware that there's a large portion of people who absolutely despise PvP. And if they make them even remotely have to hint at touching it, are going to just rage out. And so I don't think they'll ever do anything like that again. I don't think they'll ever do that. They'll never incorporate something like that because of that.
And so for normal mode, when you're in the world, just adventuring, you will see this happening around you as people discover their prey or get jumped by their prey, and you can jump in and help. You know, once we get to the higher modes, the more difficult modes, we'll actually make it such that you are in an instanced area to do that final fight, so that, you know, if you chose to go Nightmare, well, you have that challenge. You know, nobody's taking that challenge away from you by jumping in and interrupting.
We've already had some like really fun player stories from internal tests of this. I remember we did one in Zul'Aman not that long ago, where I think my prey target was that if you got to watch the deep dive video, that Blood Elf Magister who uses like pyromancy, fire magic, and was fighting some cultists in one of the Twilight's Blade areas there, and he got the jump on me as he jumped in, started fighting. He's like, okay, well, I'll deal with this cultist and then deal with you. I knocked him down to maybe 50%, and he's like, yeah, I'll be back, and jumps in the shadows. I'm like,
isn't it funny?
That was good.
That mechanic is inherently a PvP mechanic without PvP, right? Like before, you'd be doing a quest engaged with a mob, and then worried if a player might jump out of the shadows and attack you, right? So they're acknowledging that there's some fun element in that, right? But not from a player. It's fun if some random event happens that could possibly disrupt what you're doing, but just not from a player. It's okay if it's a bot, just not from a player. Because that's inherently a PvP mechanic right there. You're doing a quest and you're, is somebody coming out for the shadows? Well, now they can. But it's a bot.
And then the very next cultist I fight, he jumps back in again. Like, Jesus, dude, like leave me alone.
So no, so, you'll get yours. Maybe not today. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah. Maybe the next day.
Maybe in
a
11
month from now,
seconds.
Maybe right now. That kind of thing. That's so funny.
But it caught me off guard, and that's the intent is to sort of catch you off guard, and then sometimes you will catch them off guard too. You will see them in the zone, skinning a monster or something like that, and then you get to chase them around a bit.
You know what's funny is that this kind of makes me think of, like, we have the PvP bots for BGs. This is almost like sort of getting a non-PvP experience of world PvP. Like if you wanted to see that.
Yeah, see, that's the same thing I just said. It's simulated world PvP basically. Turn DPS rotations their own micro game physically priced at casuals. Yeah, but wouldn't that be an issue in PvE also, not just PvP? I'm just saying they're doing all of the same things that every old game tries to do. They try to appeal to the new player. They try to appeal to the casual. I have yet to see it work. That has never worked. I think the only thing that can work is you revitalize the spirit of the core players in your game so much that they want to recruit their friends to play. That's the only thing that can save a declining game. You have to revitalize the spirit of your core player base to recruit people to play. That is the only, to me, that's the only thing that can do it. Because I've seen every game do this. Every game is gone down this same tumble of trying to like, well, this must be what's wrong. This must be what's wrong. But in reality, it's just word of mouth. Like, what are the average players doing? I mean, maybe this will revitalize them, right? So maybe it does. If it gets everybody talking about the game more positively, right? Maybe it will. They hate losing to another player. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what it comes down. It comes down to not wanting to feel dominated, right? When you fight a bot, you're still kind of getting dominated. You're just getting dominated by the designer who made the bot, right? Like PvE is still PvP, except you're fighting the game designer instead of another player.
You know, like somebody's, so if you see somebody out there skinning, you're like, okay, I've practiced on my prey. Now I get to try this on a player. That's kind of a funny idea. It also reminds me a little bit about the butcher from D4, where you're in a dungeon, he just ganks you. It is so much fun having that. Like, oh my gosh, this is not a good time for me to be getting attacked right now. And I can
absolutely an inspiration here. Yes, we want that feeling.
I can envision that in like world PvP, like somebody's bugging you, and then the blood elf guy comes in and starts throwing fireballs at you. So you're like, come on, man. I think that's gonna lead to some hilarious clips and stuff on Twitch and whatnot.
To your earlier question too, on like, is there any PvP involvement here? Well, not directly, but this all does take place in the outdoor world. And that is...
Wait, why are BGs unplayable, Daniel? Why is Training Grounds good? Because current BGs are unplayable. I don't understand what that means. Oh, I was gonna queue an epic BG and see if I get a pre-made or not, to see what the experience is like.
Where war mode happens and where PvP can and does happen. So if there are people on prey contracts who have their war mode enabled, then they may be more targetable targets for someone who's looking for a target. Or it may also make you a little bit more on your toes, and you don't have to just watch out for.
If there's no war mode benefit, they're just not going to have it on. Why the fuck would you have it on? I mean, I assume that this prey thing for most players is just going to be, I have to do this every week for the gear to raid. And then as soon as they have it, they're probably not going to do it anymore. That's my assumption, okay? Maybe that's a toxic assumption, but my assumption is that the predominant amount of people that are going to be engaging this prey system are PvEers who want to get the gear from it to be able to get in the raid. And then as soon as they don't need the gear, they're not going to do it again. But why would they have war mode on unless they get more gear for having war mode on, right? Like, it's the same thing with world quests. The only reason they have war mode on is because you get 10% more rewards from the world quests. So is there a war mode benefit to the prey system? Because if there isn't, why would you do it? You're probably already viewing it as like a weekly chore you don't really want to do. And then you're going to add war mode on, so now you can get ganked from a player that delays your time from finishing it, right? I mean, maybe there is like a super casual solo content audience that will have fun just doing this. But I think the majority of people doing the prey system are just going to be like, oh, this is my weekly chore thing that I got to do to get my piece of gear. And then they're just not going to have war mode on. There's no way. I don't see that happening. No war mode right now? What do you mean no war mode right now? There's already more people in front of the bank than the PvP area by the dummies. Well, it's just because there's no reason to go there. Everybody has the gear already. No one's really damage testing for raid anymore. Like, everybody's done with the war within. Whether it's raids, PvP, or doesn't. Most people are just done. They're checked out, right? They're waiting for midnight. If you queue, is a 40% chance that it's a blowout and I get farmed, or it's a 40% chance where I just instantly win? How many BGs do you do a week, though? Like, what's your data set? I don't think, I think a lot of people, the fun of the game is the loot. It used to be the reason that I played. The getting the loot and your character gets stronger is a very addicting feeling. I mean, do people like RuneScape because they like clicking one box over and over and over and over? No, they don't like RuneScape because of that. They like it because of the progress they see in their character. Now, I played the prey system on the beta. I thought it was pretty good, but like I'm not gonna spam do it. I might like if it didn't give any rewards, I don't know if I would do it at all. Like maybe you could tie a cosmetic to it so like people would try it once, but to me, I think most people that are viewing the prey system are just gonna be like, this is a weekly chore I have to do before I can raid or before I can do Mythic Plus. Yeah, the prey system, it's not, there's no way it's going to be continued past the first couple of weeks or whatever. Unless you're like a completely solo player, which there are. Like if all you do is delves, and this is like a good way to supplement your gear, then those players likely will do it, will engage with it. My buddy is still sad if he gets bad drops in the vault with the pre-patch a couple of weeks ago and the loot is meaningless. Well, that's the same reason why I don't do it for the loot anymore. But if you haven't experienced it before or taken a long break from it, your dopamine system's reset to it, right? Like you will get positive emotion from it.
For your prey target, but other players as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be so funny. Because you know, people are always complaining like, "Oh man, I pulled a mob and then this guy decided to fight me because I was in a fight with a mob already." It's gonna happen with the prey targets too. It's gonna be beautiful. So what kind of rewards can we...
I don't... like, he's being super positive about it, but, like, I just don't, like... I mean, like, for me as a content creator, maybe I would try to do prey with war mode on just to get someone to try and attack me. Just because it could be good content. But I think for the average player, there's no chance you're going to do prey. Like, it's already pretty time-consuming when I did it. It takes, like, 10 to 15 minutes. So if someone ganks you and it resets your prog or something, I don't see that happening. This is, well, obviously he's not going to react like that, right? Because he wants a good relationship. But I think there are ways to, there should at least be ways to like bring up discussion without just being like, that sounds terrible or what, you know what I mean? There has to be. Otherwise these videos are just propaganda ads, right? Like there's no, like, otherwise, it's just, this isn't a discussion. It's just an ad. Which maybe that's all they want it to be, right? Like, I don't know. I think it's good that they're adding something new. I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's fine to be adding it. I'm just saying, like, as far as like a world PvP implication, I don't think it's going to have any implication.
Look forward to with the prey stuff.
So plenty. You will be able to get power rewards from prey. While the details are still in flight, I would expect it to be similar to the level of rewards you were getting from delves. So,
now, if they put like complete the prey system with war mode on, and you get like conquest or something, that would be a reason for PvPers to do it. But again, I think most of the PvPers would probably complain. They'd probably just be like, I don't want to do that. So I don't know. Even if it was just like a supplementary option, you know, like crate farming is, right? Maybe they should do that. You know, you're in a shuffle queue anyways. It's just something you can do to get some extra conquest while you're in the shuffle queue. You could tie conquest as a reward to it.
I was even thinking that maybe like they would end up being in the vault, like hunt a certain amount of prey, and that could like help you fill out that world content vault slot, maybe.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and there can be ways where prey talks with delves, where you know completing a prey gives you a better key or gives you a map, or vice versa, where completing a delve gives you a Oh, they're not going to show up in the delve.
I know. I actually asked that question to you guys yesterday. I was like, what all content can they attack you? And maybe you can even like speak to that after you're finished with that answer. But yeah.
Yes, yeah, but they will, so you will be able to get power rewards in the form of the Great Vault, as well as just directly from, you know, like quests which might show up every week, every other week or so.
It's a journey track as well, isn't there, Paul?
there's also, in fact, yes, a journey track. So
Oh,
for those
sweet.
unfamiliar with the term journeys, you may know if you've played Delves in The War Within, there's a feature called the Delver's Journey, which is just a progression bar. As you do more delves, you move along that bar, and you get cool
Right.
stuff as you move along that bar. It's kind of like
Very
a
cool.
renown.
Yeah, you rank up with the
Yeah,
the-
so like I said, for someone who's a solo player, which obviously there has to be quite a lot, this will be good content. My point though is that it doesn't have world PvP implications. They could add world PvP implications by giving PvP rewards for doing it, like giving you conquest for completing it as well. Honestly, maybe they should do that. So then, if you're a solo PvE player, you can earn some currency to be able to get into PvP if you want to at some point, right? Because that's an issue. If you're a PvE player, jumping to PvP is not only massive based on like skill, it's also gear. So maybe they should add conquest as a reward for more of this world content. And like PvEers don't have to do it for the conquest if they don't want to, but if they do, then they can get into both versions of the game. Because I don't think PvP should be gatekept any more than it already is.
little weird blood elf guy who wants to, hunt down like life force for him. It's like, I'm not so sure you're a good guy, but Prey sounds fun enough to give it a try,
No, I'm sure it's all on the up and up. Don't
Oh
worry.
yeah,
Definitely a good guy.
usually is fine in those situations, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but so there will be a Prey journey as well, where you're going to advance that sort of bar and get some cool rewards from that, and that can include ergonomic benefits. It may include things that make it easier for you to hunt your prey. It also may.
You know what's funny? How much you want to bet there's no prey target in the Void Storm? Who wants to take bets on that? If there's no prey target in the Void Storm, then they've deliberately segmented the Void Storm so that PvE people don't even have to know PvP people exist. Like, if there is no prey in Void Storm,
Includes cool things like cosmetics. You'll get some
So I'm
cool
hearing-
mounts, titles, stuff like that.
Yeah, so maybe like some tools to navigate the lands. I'm like a grappling hook or something like that. I know that's not like specific, but that would be kind of cool. Ways to get around the world, and maybe even some like cool items that you can use against people in world PvP would be kind of fun to have rewards for that. And
they're not gonna do that, bro. They're not gonna do that. I don't think that's gonna happen.
we touched on it just briefly, but what types of content can we expect the Prey to be found or find us?
Pretty much anything you're doing in that zone, they will you could find them, or they could jump you, and you're really going to have to keep watching for a sudden interruption. So as long as you have not completed your contract yet, they will pester you.
That is so cool.
There's going to be certain
I
things.
mean, to be fair to them, they're also probably under a contract to like keep the conversation within certain parameters, right? I would imagine.
You want to do if you're hunting for them. This is not. Well, it's sort of like a quest. Go find your prey. It's not built like a quest in WoW, where quests might say like go collect.
And it's probably because of debacles in the past with like public Q&As where like someone asks an inappropriate question, or like they don't want to have you think you do but you don't to happen ever again. I would imagine from a public view standpoint, they don't want that to happen ever again, which is probably why a lot of the interviews that happen nowadays are just so stale. And they only keep the conversation within certain guardrails, because if it happens to get off of that, there's a chance that could happen again. And no, can't.
10 lion tails or something like that. This is not the case. It's not look in 10 locations and then you'll find your target. That's not how hide and seek works. You need to look for them until you find them. And so it's a little bit more obfuscated. As you do things, you'll get feedback from the game that says you've gotten closer to finding your target. Maybe you're getting warmer, but you never really know when you're going to find them.
Cool. So with the difficulty scaling, you have like normal mode all the way up to nightmare mode. How does that content compare in difficulty to like other content? Like I'm trying to sort of place that, like, is normal Ray difficulty, then nightmare is gonna be like a mythic something difficulty, or is it sort of scaled differently? What's the deal with that?
I think the best.
Oh yeah.
There's not a great.
Yeah, I would think that everything is like that he has to submit the questions ahead of time. And the thing is, this isn't live either, right? This is pre-recorded. So I can also imagine that if any, well, if anything went out of bounds, that they would ask him not to upload it or to edit out certain parts of the video. I would imagine that's how it would go. Because like a similar thing actually happened at Gamescom. I think Ian Hazzikostas did like a public Q&A or something like that, and they didn't live stream it. They could have. We paused the PvP event for them to do it, but they didn't live stream it. They did it off live stream. And I still don't really understand why. Because like it would have been good for the PvP show to have that event in the middle of the show instead of like pausing the tournament. You know what I mean? Like they literally had to pause the tournament, which killed the viewership for the show because there was nothing going on online. Well, everybody live at the event could see the Q&A. It was like, that seemed really weird to me that they did that. And I was wondering if they did it because they didn't have time to pre-screen the questions. So they wanted to like pre-record. I don't know. I don't know the exact specifics of that, but that felt weird to me when that happened.
Like direct one-to-one comparison for what exists in WoW, just because of the way this is implemented. But I think the closest we can get is with Delves. And we look at Nightmare being on par to high tier Delves. So you know, maybe 11, maybe somewhere, maybe it's a little lower, maybe it's a little higher. Still, you know, we tend to do alphas as true alphas where we are testing and iterating alongside players, and so those are the types of things that we're like feeling out right now and seeing how players respond, what success rates are or death rates are fighting against Nightmare level prey targets, and then but that's sort of what we can expect from Nightmare. And then hard will be, you know, somewhere in the mid, maybe that's closer to an 8. Again, this is none of this is gospel, but sort of take this as directionally where we see that difficulty living.
Yeah, we'll be tuning, and we look at a lot of the death maps, you know, the heat maps for deaths.
Well, yeah, like
what caused that.
If you phrased a question like that, they won't invite you, because like the purpose of these interviews is to not make them look bad, right? Like I don't think like, but I think that it's fair that you should be able to have a challenging interview. I don't know. But there's obviously like a line. And if you go too far over the line, then obviously you're not going to be doing one of these, right? But I feel like if you don't go even close to the line, then it's basically just a propaganda ad. It's not even really a discussion. Like, is the problem. Well, you say soft, but it's like they're just protecting their best interests, because there has been situations in the past where, I mean, even the red shirt guy is an example, right? The red shirt guy pointing out that one of the dwarves is dead or some shit. I don't even remember what he was talking about, but it kind of embarrassed the guys who are in charge of the story live at BlizzCon. Like that guy's literally iconic because of it. And he wasn't being rude about the question, right? He was literally just challenging the current development in a fair way. But that obviously makes them look incompetent. But to be fair, their response to that was appropriate. Their response was, shit, you're right, dude. We'll get on that. And it's like that, to me, like that was more like that open discussion was better for the game. Like being open to that and just being like, oh yeah, shit, you're right, dude. Like that was better for the game than not having it, like, you know, and not having that open discussion as it is.
That death and so forth, so that'll give us some good data. So please, you know, play and do some praise stuff, and let us look at your data and see where you died horribly or didn't die enough.
It's a skill issue, most deaths, I imagine. User error.
Well, again, I don't really know what the process is in terms of applying for something like this. Because Jellybeans technically did one for the War Within, in the rank 1 PvP Hunter. He technically did one of these interviews. So I don't know if you have to ask. Like, I don't know who he knows that I wouldn't know that he got to do that. Maybe if I just asked, I would actually be able to do one. I don't know. I have never technically asked to do one of these. So, yeah. Max said that he asks, and if they don't reach out. Not a 100% PvP interview. I mean, I don't know. You don't know that because I haven't asked. And I can imagine like Vinruki probably doesn't either. Like, you're just streaming, bro. You're just trying to make a living, right? Like, it's not something you consider. Like, you would if they asked you, but... I think for me, the main reason that I don't do it is that I feel like I already know the answers. Like, I would ask, like, what are the plans to fix pre-made queues? And they're either going to tell me they're on it or it's not possible to fix it. Like, I already, like, I know what the answer is to that problem already. So it's like, I don't know if there's much point in actually getting a discussion for it to hear an answer I already know.
Those heat maps are interesting. Sometimes we're like, what's right there? What's in the southeast corner of the map? To dig into it, like, oh, that's what's happening. Okay.
Some sort of hole in the map, like players just fall through. Oh, we need to fix that. It's like, okay, no. That is awesome. So it sounds like we are going to be having some pretty cool challenges to take on in Midnight. We are going to have some new tools at our disposal in the form of Apex talents. Can I hear a little bit more about those, perhaps?
Yeah, so Apex talents are one of the most exciting parts of the power set that you will gain as you level from 81 to 90, and 90 will be the new level cap in Midnight.
Yeah.
So you get 10 new talent points. Those are split up among your 3 talent trees, your class tree, your hero tree, or hero talent tree, and your spec tree. The class tree, you just get 3 additional points to put wherever you want.
Okay.
In your hero talent tree, every hero talent tree, all 40 of them now, will have an additional column of points that go in there, and those will just make your character stronger.
Okay, but those are not the Apex talents.
Those are not Apex talents. So Apex talents
okay.
in fact, live at the bottom of your specialization tree, and these
okay.
are.
It is kind of funny that most of the Apex talents can be boiled down to, okay, we nerfed incinerate damage by 20%, and we made 3 talents that buff its damage by 20%. Done. Pay me my 300k a year salary. There's your Apex. Fundamentally, that's what most of the Apex talents are. It's legit just like, all right, the classes do 100k DPS, so let's nerf them. They do 90k, and then we'll add 3 talents that make them do 100k now. That's literally those, and let's make it as convoluted as possible in how that is achieved, but that's fundamentally what it is at its core.
Presented as a single large node that takes 4 points, and you will earn those 4 points at levels 81, 84, 87, and 90.
Okay.
That the first point that goes in that is sort of the definition of what this thing is about. It's the thesis of the Apex talent. It is often something which is just a large power increase in an interesting way. In some cases, it might be a ability replacement.
Ability replacement? None of them are, as far as I know, none of them are an ability replacement. Although this interview was a few months ago. Have you and Ven do a double interview? I've been talking to Mez about this, that we need to do like a PvP podcast. Because the biggest issue is that there isn't any public discussion. That's the point that I've seen from you guys in the chat, is like, make people aware that people care about this stuff. You know what I mean? That is true. Like, we used to have Allcraft with Asmongold, and that was actually like getting a sizable amount of attention. Although I don't remember if it actually ever did anything. Because I remember talking about BFA before it came out on that podcast, and it had a ton of views. And I was like, I'm a bit worried about the classes because they feel really hollow, and everything else looks awesome. The artwork, everything looks really good for it, but it's like it's a mansion, but it's built on sand, and the classes are the foundation. So if the classes aren't good, then the mansion just sinks. I don't think that was ever really addressed. It just launched as it is. Yeah, technically PvP is the only thing I think that's still kicking. Like, maybe skill capped every once in a while might do something. Yeah, I mean, if we could get Mez, Ven, and Absturge or something, maybe. I mean, ideally you'd get Peekaboo or someone who's big. But I don't even know if Peekaboo gives a shit anymore at this point. It's kind of just, he's probably just going to go with the flow, bro, and just whatever's getting the most views, that's fine. I don't even know if he's invested anymore. Hotted just plays Grand Theft Auto, as far as I know, and streams Grand Theft Auto. Well, actually, technically, no. Technically, I did ask to do an interview at Gamescom. Technically, I did ask. I'm pretty sure because they sent me a form, which was like, "Do you want to do an interview at Gamescom?" I'm pretty sure I said yes, but no one got back to me. I'm pretty sure. I want to say I'm pretty confident, at least for Gamescom, that I filled something out that said I'd be interested in doing it, but I don't think anybody got back to me about it. Oh, WoW PvP, bro, was the OG, bro. That's the primordial juice of Twitch. That's why it's always sad to me when people say that streaming WoW PvP doesn't work, and it's like, bro, all of you guys are relevant because of WoW PvP. All of you. All of you guys. Even people like Trainwrecks, bro. Trainwrecks got into Twitch streaming WoW PvP. They were all WoW PvPers. Soda Poppin', WoW PvPer. Asmongold was kind of not really. He sort of got into it by Legion at least, and WoD. But he was already pretty big regardless of it. I think it's just that there's other PvP games that are free to play that are, you know, dedicated and taken care of better. So it's like, why would you pay money for something that's not, you know, dedicated and taken care of like other options are?
But I don't think that any of them are actually new abilities. We're, you know, being cautious about adding too many new keybinds to folks. But you know, there may be some ability replacements. The second 2 points are going to take that thesis, that original idea of what this is about, and make it stronger in some way or another, or at least something which is correlated with that. It should feel like a cohesive package. And then that final point is the exclamation point, which brings it all home and takes
having a podcast
entirety of.
No, yeah, for sure. For sure. It's just we're like WoW PvPers are. This is also an issue with the growth in Twitch, is that like we don't talk and play with each other really. Like back in, you know, the older expansions, you had to because you couldn't play the game. You had to be on a team together. You had to play and I swear that grew the section because you had collaboration. It was like forced collaboration. You'd play threes with someone you didn't play before, and those audiences would overlap, and that doesn't happen now because we have solo shuffle, right? Like this doesn't. You don't have to, so people don't, and that's just how humans work. Well, yeah, I mean, the only reason that WoW PvP still exists is because it's inherently unique. That's the only reason. If you made it more like a battle royale or made it more like a MOBA, it would have 0 people playing it, because why wouldn't you just play the dedicated MOBA instead of like the pretend side mini MOBA? You know what I mean? Like it is an irreplaceable game mode. That's why I feel like it shouldn't be completely disrespected. If there's one thing that should lead to you not disrespecting WoW PvP, is that there is nothing like it on the planet. It's irreplaceable. So even if it's like considered a side thing and it's neglected, or it doesn't get as much attention as it could to be flourishing as much as possible, people will still play it because it's such a unique experience. Well, I mean, the other thing too is like, you can't even get some of these players to do an interview after the tournament. They just instantly log off. Like, it just seems like a lot of people are so checked out. It's like, if this doesn't directly give me money right now, fuck it. There's not really like a community oriented thing to it anymore. Also, if you guys are sending me money, I can't see it on my OBS right now. I don't know if these are just sub notifications on YouTube. Wait, was that gifted subs? Wait, what is going on? Did I miss something? Why is it not popping up in my thing? Wait, what the hell is going on? What is this? Slick Mick, thank you for the gifted memberships. What the hell is going on? I can't see that anywhere. I see it popping up, but I can't see it anywhere. What is going on? It's not showing up in my log. What? How many did you gift, bro? Can you type something? Because it's not telling me exactly. Thank you, bro. It's on YouTube. Yeah, these are like YouTube Twitch subs or whatever. Michael Reloaded, thank you for the 2 months.
those points and make it greater than the sum of its parts. Some really cool
The
examples.
AI hype train. Yeah, I want to get the AI hype train. The AI hype train is BIS, bro. Piff, thank you for subscribing. I swear the best part about the AI hype train is that it gets the streamer hype too. Like sometimes it's hard. But the AI is so good at hyping shit up.
Of Apex talents in there. One of my favorites is the Frost Mage, Hand of Frost, which sort of chases after your target and uses some really
great.
cool Frost visuals. There's the Mistweaver Monk one has like really cool like visuals going all over the place, and so there's a bunch of them that are going to be play testable as we progress through alpha. You'll be able to eventually get to level 90 and put all those points in and really make your character cool. It's also worth noting that these are not required points to spend. So while I suspect
everybody's gonna take them.
most people will want to put
Right.
their final 4 points that they earn in their spec tree into the Apex talent tree. You don't have to. You could put them all into existing nodes. You could put one in if you just want that first node, but want to put the other 3 elsewhere.
I mean, this is entirely dependent on how they tune it. If the Apex talent does less damage than the regular talent, take the regular talent. Like what?
So we're interested in seeing how players respond to that. And once again, Apex talents will be powerful, but not required.
Okay, cool. So we have, I don't get to see my warrior ones yet, but we can wait. But that's interesting. So just to reiterate, so the points that you would spend on your Apex are going to come from your specific spec tree. So like for me, it would be Fury. I would either be able to spend 4 points throughout my tree, or I would sort of have my spec that I've got going on, and I would spec further down into the Apex. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and the entire thing would unlock at 81. So even if you get down to the bottom of the tree, once you get to 81 is when you start being capable of putting points into your Apex talent.
Will you need to path all the way to the Apex, or could you like sort of spec in the top of your tree for some reason, not take any of the final little key
Turmoil,
points
thank you for
and
the
then
3 months.
spec into the Apex anyway, or?
No, it is literally just. Although I would say
this is another reason I think that Mythic Plus is continuing to like be sustainable on Twitch is because it's forced collaboration. Like they have to make the group together. They get in voice together. I swear that's such like an underrated thing about how like PvP streamers grew on Twitch. It was because of the funny character combos you'd get, right? The personalities that you'd get that were playing together. Some people might have been toxic. Other people might have been really hype in energy. Maybe one guy's just chill or whatever. And like that combination of personalities, I think is what grew people on Twitch a lot. But PvP is now you can just play by yourself for the most part. So I don't know. Because that's what I remember, right? I don't know if you guys ever remember watching like Z-Pie and Looney play together. God, that was entertaining, bro. Or Mitch Jones and Wreckful together. Or Vive. Or like you may not even remember any of these names, but like don't the PvP the PvP tournaments get very competitive viewership with Mythic Plus. Very competitive. I think this most recent one, they randomly did like co-streaming for Mythic Plus, and they had some really big streamer. I didn't know who he was, and that boosted their numbers a lot. So I don't know how they managed to get him, if they paid him, or he just likes Mythic Plus and he did it. Because it seemed really weird to me. Like the Mythic Plus tournament, this most recent one was pretty high viewership because they had really big co-streamers. PvP didn't have that. If Mythic Plus didn't have those co-streamers, the viewership was either identical or smaller for dungeons. And it makes sense because the PvE tournaments are basically, there's peak interest at the beginning of the expansion and then lower and lower as you get to the end because you've seen the dungeons a billion times. No one cares anymore, right? Whereas PvP, the interest is still higher at the beginning because that's when there's the most amount of people playing the game. But it's still decently high because the spirit of the competition is still relevant to people, right? People will still want to tune in for that. So like to me, PvP viewership over an expansion from tournament format is a little more stable than PvE viewership is from a tournament standpoint. But obviously more people do dungeons than PvP. But as far as a spectator thing, I think people consider PvP more fun to watch. But then again, that doesn't make sense when we look at an individual streamer perspective, right? way more people watch individual Mythic Plus streamers than individual PvP streamers. Maybe the Mythic Plus streamers are just better streamers, better personalities. I don't know. I haven't spent a huge amount of time to see that or not. But it's interesting that there is that that divergence. Like, why do so many people, like an equal amount of people, want to watch Mythic Plus tournaments and PvP tournaments, but not streamers, like individual streamers? Play Blitz with Jamili. I swear I just watched a clip of Jamili getting banned or something from WoW. Am I wrong? I feel like that's also another reason why people slowed down on collaboration, because some people are a little bit like too wild, so it becomes almost like self-compromising in a way.
Subject to change. The combat team will take a look at this.
Always. Everything that we're talking about is subject to change.
Yeah, it is just the level 81 requirement to be able to get there. So you don't have to have any of those capstone, the bottom row talents if you don't want it. Most people will probably, because those tend to be strong. But we're not drawing a but.
Well, yeah, exactly. I really like, they don't have to, obviously, right? Like Prev's team, for example, they're just really good at the game and they just want to play a tournament, get their money, and get out, right? Maybe they're self-conscious and they don't want to be on camera. Maybe they don't see it being worth it. Maybe they're pursuing other things, right? Like, maybe they're just so good at the game that they're like in college and winning the tournaments, and everybody else is just get good, you suck. But I don't think it's good for the scene as a whole that they don't stream. But like, you can't force them to, right? Like, if they had been streaming this entire time, they won for like 5 years straight. If they had personalities and they all streamed together and collaborated and you could watch their queues, they would have became like the move, right? They easily could have became like the move was, but they didn't. Whether it was because they didn't want to, they're afraid to, or they didn't think it was worth it, I don't know, but they didn't. I do think it would be a lot better. But streaming it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of energy. So like, if they weren't able to turn enough money from it to keep themselves alive, and they have to work out their jobs or something, then it's like, it becomes more understandable. Calvish streamed with voice. Does he not stream with voice regularly? Again, it's a personality thing, right? Like, even for myself, it's like a self-critique. Like, my best content is when I'm engaged, like when I'm memeing, commentating while I'm playing. Like, that's the best content, normally, at least in my opinion. Maybe some people hate it and they'd rather I just say nothing, but... But Calvish is also just doing it by himself, right? Like, he doesn't have his teammates. This is like a collaborative thing, right? Like, if all 4 of them, or 3, whatever they're queuing at the time, were all streaming, then maybe it's possible. But I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like, people don't collaborate because you can just play the game solo. People don't collaborate and they don't have as much fun as they used to because you're really afraid of saying something that could get you banned by accident. So, like, I feel like most people are just self-censoring and isolating, which is obviously not going to be good for growth in the section. But that's my assessment of it, at least.
A bunch of lines in some of those cases where you have a bunch of capstones all down as prerequisites to this single node.
Okay, cool. So, to loop back into PvP just a little bit, I've seen a few things changing. I think one of the big questions is always like, will there be any new rewards coming from PvP, or like any new types of content that will be rewarding for PvP stuff? Because we have housing now, which is, whoa, first of all, looks amazing. But now we have all these other ways to reward for content from like housing and stuff. So are there any new PvP rewards we can look forward to?
Yes, for sure. So while the details on rewards are also something that we continue to iterate on pretty late into the process, we do know that that we've talked about in the decor side of things, we want to be able to add trophies, which are things that are rewards either for really high performance or really high engagement. And if you run a lot of PvP or do really well in PvP, you might get a trophy. And PvP is in fact one of those areas where we do want to have some trophies available at midnight launch. So if you're interested in having some cool PvP, this is not necessarily like a literal trophy with a a pillar with a guy holding a sword standing on top of it.
Could be.
Maybe it is.
Maybe.
But yeah, it could be. But I'm using the term trophy more figuratively as a reward for doing something awesome. That would be something we can expect. And
I'm not gonna lie, they should give you an in-game BlizzCon trophy that you can put if you've won BlizzCon, whether it's Mythic Plus or even Race to World First. Like any of these like major events, if you won one of these major events, they should give you an in-game player housing statue, like the Dark Portal statue that Venruki has. You should get one of those, I swear, in-game, completely unique to your account.
Of course, there will also be cool gladiator mounts and things like that we can look forward to.
Well, yeah, you can't correlate skill with growth, right? Like there are a lot of very skilled musicians who don't have any following. And then you can have someone who's a not really skilled musician with a massive following, right? Because massive following is not always related to your ability. It's more so related to your brand and your storytelling as far as seeing growth or your physical presence for growth. I think there's very few people who have massive followings that are purely based off technical ability at something. It usually takes a bit more than that.
Alongside PvP progression, there also could be some really interesting rewards that come out from Slayer's Rise as we end that outdoor area, as that is sort of a unique outdoor area to itself. It's a cool opportunity for us to present some new rewards, whether those be power based or cosmetic.
Yeah, that's awesome. Specifically, going into like solo shuffle and BG Blitz, are you aware of, or can you speak on any plans to provide some of those like big rewards, like a mount or something like that, from the solo brackets as well?
I'm afraid I don't have any new news on those specifically at this point.
Yeah, the housing sounds amazing, by the way. I feel like it's taken a little while for World of Warcraft to bring housing into the mix, but the way that it's being done seems like it's like super like well thought out, and it has like a lot of work put into it. Will the houses that we have be specific to our characters, or is it going to be like a warband thing where like, welcome to my home and this is where all my characters live? And because some characters may want to have like a different design potentially, how does that work?
Marie, is this one you want to
I mean, he didn't really back off. He just doesn't have an answer. I mean, like, he could say no, but maybe they don't know. They probably do, but maybe they don't know. Maybe there is a mount. Oh, Bajir didn't need to back off? I mean, you guys are I think you're reading too much into that. Maybe he's about to say, I don't have any good news. You guys are just putting words in his mouth right now. I don't think he answered that question like unreasonably. Rewind it and listen.
Rewards that come out from Slayer's Rise as we end that outdoor area, as that is sort of a unique outdoor area to itself. It's a cool opportunity for us to present some new rewards, whether those be power based or cosmetic.
Yeah, that's awesome. Specifically, going into like solo shuffle and BG Blitz, are you aware of, or can you speak on any plans to provide some of those like big rewards, like a mount or something like that, from the solo brackets as well?
I'm afraid I don't have any new news on those.
Oh, you mean like he was gonna say I don't have any good news? I mean, that's him assuming he wants to hear yes, right? Like he wants him to see yes, there are mounts, right? Because like he knows he wants mounts in those. So, I mean, it's not gonna happen, right? I mean, Bajira also knows that there's probably a line on, like, this is the same reason why I don't really feel like there's any point in doing one of these, because there is a line where you can't, like, you're gonna get
on any plans to.
You get an answer you know you're gonna get.
Like big rewards, like a mount or something like that, from the solo brackets as well.
I'm afraid I don't have any new news on those specifically at this point.
Yeah, the housing sounds amazing, by the way. I feel like it's taken a little while for World of
It's so funny how like that wasn't the answer he wanted to get, so he switches to a positive. It's like he's read the How to Make Friends and Influence People book, where like you compliment and then you go for something hard and then you compliment again. He's just sandwiching this in on the back of it.
Warcraft to bring housing into the mix, but the way that it's being done seems like it's like super like well thought out, and it has like a lot of work put into it. Will the houses that we have be specific to our characters, or is it going to be like a warband thing where like, welcome to my home and this is where all my characters live? And because some characters may want to have like a different design potentially, how does that work?
Marie, is this one you want to jump on? You want me to handle it?
You go for it.
Okay, yeah. So yes, houses are attached to your warband, actually attached to your BNet account. So
Cool.
Your home is shared among all your characters there, and that goes across faction lines as well. So even if you are a diehard orc who buys his orc home in Razorwind Shores, and you want it's very orc themed.
They know what we want.
A dyed-in-the-wool blue
They know we want the
alliance character
mounts.
on that account. That character also has access to that house, can get in there,
Okay.
can decorate, can be part of that. So but these houses are shared across faction lines and across your entire BNet account. And we do give folks the ability to have one in a Horde neighborhood and in Alliance neighborhood at launch. We're actually in housing early access, which starts in early December in patch 11.2.7.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. So we have a few questions from my audience about transmog. So transmog is becoming a one-time fee. Are there any other
yeah.
transmog changes on it?
I almost guarantee you, if they put a mount, like these are the two problems with putting a mount in shuffle. If you put the Glad mount in shuffle, you kill the threes bracket. That's one problem. The other problem is then if you put a different mount, even if it's the same one in a different color, if you put a different mount there, that's now another mount that most of the PvEers will feel like they can't attain, and they'll be mad. So like, you're kind of screwed. So your only choice to me is you add the Glad mount and kill threes. If you're going to add a mount, that's your only option. Is you add the Glad mount and you kill threes. Because if you add a different one, even if it's just a recolor, I guarantee people will get mad. Dude, I watched on Twitter, someone got livid about the participation mount. It's just a participation mount. You don't need to be good at the game. It's just play it a little bit and you'll get the mount. And they were so mad that it was such a cool mount and PvEers didn't get it. And they were so mad. So mad about it. It's like, I won't be surprised if the mounts like are pretty like below average after I saw that reaction. Which is insane to me because I've never seen a PvE mount and just been like, fuck them, why do they get such cool mounts? It's so hostile to me. Like, it seems so hostile that like, what? I don't get it. Like, if there's a mount in PvE that I think is really good, well, then I guess I'm getting good at it because I want the fucking mount. I'm not going to bitch about it. Like, what?
Way?
I can clarify a little bit about one-time fee.
Please do.
In certain cases, it will only be a one-time fee. But others, if you want to do experimentation, then there might be others. So the way that transmog is changing is instead of transmogging a particular item to look a particular way, you're transmogging a particular slot to look a particular way. So if I get a cool hat, but I really want my hat to look like the Murloc onesie hat, then in the old world, in our current the War Within world, I would transmog that hat to look like Murloc onesie. But then if I get an upgrade, I'll have to reapply that appearance. Not so in Midnight. If you transmog your hat to look how you want, and then you get an upgrade, you put on that new hat, and it still looks the way you want it to. So that's where that one-time fee applies, where you say, I want to look this way.
Yeah, I was gonna try. I was gonna try that new Delve mount challenge. I actually want to do that.
The reason I want to change my
because it looks fun.
I'm gonna look the way that I want to look, and this should really.
I don't
help
even know
for
what the
some of
mount
those
is for it.
Moments when you're leveling through the game and we have a really cool cutscene where your character plays a role, but you just got like half of your gear upgraded, or maybe just a very visible shoulder change or something, and you're like, oh man, I look so cool, but I forgot to update my transmog. Gone should be those days. You should always look cool if you've set yourself up to look cool.
Yeah, my chat's always making fun of me because I don't transmog my PvE gear until I have a completely distinct set of PvP and PvE gear, so I'm usually sort of in all kinds of weird looking gear for the cutscenes and stuff. So maybe that will help me. No promises, but we'll see.
You should be
You
able to
also
look
have-
cooler. Yeah.
You also have situational outfits
Yeah.
as well,
Wanna
which
hear
is
about
cool. So if you wanna be silly, you wanna have your silly outfit, your less silly outfit, or your outfit that you wear when you're in your house. That's something that you can look at as well. So
Yeah, and you're not gonna have to pull out the mammoth mount and like, hold on, guys, let me just get dressed for my silly gear real quick. You can
I
kinda
don't know
just,
why
like,
you're
hop into
pulling
it.
that from it,
Yeah,
Speed
exactly.
Buff. Why are you pulling that from it? He gives 0 shits. I mean, probably very, very minimal shits. Yeah. I don't know if it's 0, but it's probably pretty minimal.
we've delayed raids because the main tank needed to transmog his gear because he just got a new drop and he just couldn't continue without doing that. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one who doesn't change their gear, and everybody just is in shame to just be in my proximity. Like, bro, you got to fix that belt, man. Like, I just can't be around you like this. It's like, too bad, dude. Too bad. So maybe this, I kind of was asking about this a little bit earlier, but we introduced, or you guys introduced a lot of, like, our game. There was introduced a lot of new sort of like mobility stuff over the past couple expansions with respect to just how we get around the world, right? We had the introduction of dragon riding, which is like completely changed.
Again, I don't, until we see what they do with the rest of the beta, we don't know 100%. I mean, maybe we need to make a video and try and get it to be really popular, you know, do a podcast, a video about getting a recolor of the Glad mount or whatever in other brackets. If we get enough attention on it, then maybe they will, right? Like, maybe it's literally just a battle of voices, and the angry Twitter PvEers that are mad that we even have a mount are louder right now. So maybe if we make our voice louder, they'll go, oh shit. I don't know. Maybe that's possible. But the way that I view it right now is that Solo Shovel doesn't have a mount, because if they did Gladiator mount in it, then threes would die, and they don't want to kill it. And I respect them not wanting to kill it, because I think the 33 bracket is the best form of endgame PvP. Like, I wouldn't want it to die, personally, even if it's less participation overall. But obviously, I think Shuffle should have its own reward. But I think the reason that they don't want to do it is because there's too many mounts coming from PvP, and people will be mad that feel like they can't get it. Especially because a Shuffle mount, like, you can't even get boosted. Like, Gladiator, you can sometimes sort of get boosted, but Shuffle, you would not be able to get boosted. You have to play. The only reason I'm, like, somewhat annoyed is because they added a second mount to Mythic Plus. They're like, oh, hey, the participation is down. Let's add a second mount. So it's like, okay. Mythic Plus gets second mount because participation's down. PvP participation's down. Can we add a mount?
Changed the way we navigate the open world. And then we even had like the drift system, which in Undervine, which is like super cool. Are there any things like that we can anticipate or be excited about in Midnight? Maybe any ways like getting around the world differently? Because I feel like with the Haranir, I can definitely see them like, you know, Tarzan swinging through the vines in certain zones, things like that. I don't know, the grappling hook for something would be really cool too, but I don't know, anything like that?
There is, so one of the most successful new ways of moving around in the game that we've introduced in the last couple expansions has been skywriting. Originally known as dragon riding, but now more generally skywriting, because it's not all dragons anymore.
True.
You can do so
Jenny was just today telling me how funny it was to get the new Headless Horseman mount from the trading post, and it doesn't have any wings, and she's still spinning rocket blasting through the sky on her horse, and it's like, this is awesome.
It's super cool, right? It's great to have that level of flexibility. But skywriting in Midnight is getting streamlined, where the functionality would be a lot more simple. So currently we have a vigor bar, which has 6 pips of energy that you spend. You spend 1 to use your 2 basic abilities, or 3 pips to use your Whirling Surge, and that was a good functional system in a world where dragon riding was sort of an end game feature. It was unlocked at the end game expansion at the time of Dragonflight. Now we have skywriting available as early as you get out of Exile's reach, basically. And
Yeah.
that is no longer. It's a little bit complex for people who are still learning how to move around, use their abilities, and
Man,
so on.
my
So,
dragon, he is always getting so tired. I got the big red plated gladiator dragon from Dragonflight. He is so
Yeah.
tired all the time from all that armor and all those rank 1 titles holding him down. It's tough for the poor guy. So if he's gonna have a little bit more energy now, it's good.
yes, I believe it. Yes. Appreciate the humble brag there as well. Well done.
You know, it's just the way it is, poor guy.
Yes. But nevertheless, those changes have led us to make it so that your skywriting is now charge based. So you don't see that bar anymore. You just see on the abilities that would used to use 1 pip of
Okay.
energy. You just have 6 charges. When you use one, it goes down to 5. It's much easier, and as well, we get more functionality. That Whirling Surge is just on a 30-second cooldown. It doesn't use any charges, doesn't use anything at all. So you're going to be able to move around faster. It's just as fun. There's still opportunities for skill expression by trying to move fast to regenerate your vigor or your charges more quickly, as opposed to vigor. But
Wait, so you can recharge it? I thought that was why they were changing it, is because it was too confusing to try and charge your... But you can't... What? Why is that simpler then? I personally would have rather gotten a regular BG and not an epic BG, but they haven't made a new epic BG since Ashran, bro. That was like 10 years ago. Just going fast? So, like, you don't need to get close to the ground or whatever anymore? Concerns the new it's not going to force you to do epic BGs, not any more than it already does. Yeah, I'm worried about the lag. I'm worried about pre-mades when it comes to this large scale stuff. Professions do work. They work in random BGs. If you've watched Alunith, who makes like makes random BG content on YouTube, he has profession items. Does like engineering grenades that do weird things like suck enemies together. There actually are profession items. You just can't use them in rated arena. The reason they didn't do that is because leveling professions is typically very boring. Now, if they made it so you could just buy the profession item from the auction house and not even need the profession, and it's just a cool new effect that doesn't completely ruin the gameplay, I'm kind of okay with that, but...
What we've already heard from people saying, like, who've played WoW and then left and come back, they said, what did you change about skywriting? Because I didn't used to be able to get it before, and now I get it. And so we're really happy to see that those changes are... Yeah,
I call it paper airplane flying versus helicopter
Happy New
flying.
Year's,
Paper
Attack.
airplane flying sounds like it's got a nice upgrade.
Yes, indeed.
And it sounds like this whole expansion is going to be a fantastic new journey for all of us. Thank you guys so much for taking the time and answering these questions. Again, big fan of your game. It's looking fantastic. Very, very grateful for your continued hard work on this, and I think people are going to like it a lot. Hopefully people enjoyed the interview. Hopefully people enjoyed the video, and thank you guys so much for your time.
Hey, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Bajira. Thank you to your community. Looking forward to seeing you at midnight.
You too.
I kind of want to see the comment section. Yeah, why is Bajira like so, why does he want a grappling hook so bad? Like, what is that? What is he even talking about when he's talking about a grappling hook? Like, just play an outlaw rogue. Why do you want spell ranks? The thing is, spell rank only mattered when mana management was a thing, and that hasn't been a thing for a long time. And the reason they removed mana management was because it wasn't fun as a DPS to run out of mana on a boss and then have to wand. They didn't think that was fun. I mean, PvE has been simplified so much. As much as people want to say like retail is complex or whatever, but the amount of stuff you're really managing is actually a lot lower than older expansions. Doesn't want it that bad. Yeah, Outlaw Rogue has a grappling hook. Management, you don't like running out of mana. I mean, the difference is that retail is that you just have infinite mana. It just doesn't exist. Or it's like, it basically creates charges on other abilities, right? Like Fear for Warlock costs mana. So if you spam Fear too much, you run out of mana, I can't press Fear anymore. But it, your rotation isn't affected. Okay, to be going to sleep. Again, I think it's still a wait and see. I mean, I don't expect there to be a shuffle mount, and I don't know what we would really have to do to make it happen. Because I think that, especially if they added one for BG Blitz too, that'd be 2 new mounts. Even if they were recolors, I just don't even... I don't know if it will happen. Yeah, I mean, the more mounts are the better for us. But for people who hate the content and are annoyed they can't get one of the mounts, they will be very vocal about that. Animal Hunter is like Ellie? Wait, why is that? He tried at the end to bring up the mount, so it was dismissed. Like 95% of that interview was like pre-scripted ad questions about new features of the expansion. And his one question about the mount was the 5% that was not related and they couldn't answer it. I'm trying to think of any question in that interview was declined that was related to basically like ad content for the expansion. I don't think there was. They're not going to tell them boo-hoo because right now they're the majority. You don't tell the majority boo-hoo, right? Like... I'm just saying from like my own standpoint of wanting to do an interview. If I know that any question that isn't just an ad question will just be declined, what's the point? I don't think Peekaboo's gonna... I mean, maybe with the lands and stuff, but WizK, I don't think WizK's gonna leave his team, bro. And if they can't get WizK, then who are they gonna play with? Zaryu? Zaryu's not gonna give up his Classic Andy audience to do that. WizK might get kicked. Do you think they're going to kick WizK? I don't think Jamili's allowed to compete, but I don't know 100%. And they tried to play with Ceralium, and it didn't look very good. I can't remember like a single series where they played with Ceralium where I was like, this is the team. You know what I mean? It just never looked that way to me. Not meant to be throwing shade or whatever, but like, I don't know how far they would get if they're just running Rogue Mage, Ceralium, Peekaboo, and Absterge. Like I said, the most response that I've seen for them when it comes to feedback is whenever something is getting a lot of upvotes on a forum post or it's a YouTube video that's going viral and has a lot of views, they usually acknowledge that. So no one's been able to successfully make a video about Shuffle and Blitz having mounts. In my view, I can't think of a single video or forum post that has like a lot of significant likes that basically shouldn't be ignored where they would address it. The thing is that I know that there already are PvEers that are mad that we have even what we have right now. I don't know if that's influencing their decision making on the process. It could be that they think even a recolored mount would drive, significantly less participation out of threes. I mean, yeah, and they gave a response. They're making Gladiator easier to get. Albeit that's like a very like simple thing, not like a huge thing, right? No, I doubt that they read feedback. There's too much. You probably have an AI now. You can literally just have an AI scan the forums and summarize it. Literally, I have an AI for my YouTube channel on YouTube itself. Like, it's like, do you want me to AI summarize your comment section? And you can just do that. People aren't going to read individual posts. And a lot of the individual posts are incoherent. They're biased. People are just generally toxic. People are like, no one's ever going to personally read a point of feedback anymore. Because like 99% of it is garbage, and then the 1% you can just filter for it. It's a good thing that people want it, yeah. But they don't want to piss off the people who want it but can't get it. Mind you, I would think that even if you're a PvEer, there still might be some mounts that you can't get from PvE. You paid a European dude to play twos with you? I didn't know it's 50 wins in 3v3. What do you mean you paid him? Real money? Why are you paying people, bro? How old were you when you started at grade 5? So I don't know how old you are in grade 5. I just feel like you're trolling now, Speedbo. I feel like this could fit in like a Zelda game or something. I literally just hit 3 random notes and I'm just like, hey, this kind of sounds like a Zelda thing or something. Isn't it? Cracked on Holy EK? I think they lost something. I can't remember what it was. I'm pretty sure they lost something. Can you do See You Again? Is that a song? Is it super complicated? I probably can if it's super complicated. I should honestly be going to sleep. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to stay awake for New Year's. Is this just how it is in your 30s? Like, I'm actually so tired. Oh my god, bro. I feel like there's so much stuff that I still need to do. So much potential that needs to be met. And I'm just tired. What the hell, bro? Losing their infinity grabby hands. Slappy heads, bro. Rest in peace, slappy hands. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna go along with the ride, bro. I'm just gonna hope that there's gonna be some significant changes made throughout the beta, the remaining month of the beta or whatever it is that's left. Hope that there's some changes. We'll just see how it goes, bro. I would love to be able to make a podcast or whatever, but I just think that everybody only wants to do it if they can get personal benefit. The finale? Oh yeah, I need to watch that. That might actually get me to midnight, depending on how long it is. Is it an hour or is it longer? I mean, the highest skill expression is still Feral Druid. 2 hours? Oh, then I might actually make it to midnight. No, Sub Rogue is ridiculously easy now. Sub Rogue is infinitely easier now. I think Feral's still pretty hard rotationally and having to balance cloning. In PvE, I don't know. In PvE, maybe it's really easy, but in PvP, it'll still be very hard. Demon Hunter is not as hard anymore, no. Demon Hunter's definitely not, like, in War Within, Demon Hunter's very hard, but in Midnight Notes, I don't think it's hard anymore. I think Outlaw might still be pretty hard. Shadow is a decent level of difficulty. Towards the top end, I think. Well, Outlaw has Killing Spree. Outlaw has like ranged damage to some extent. The way they move is not identical. I mean, they had pretty much the same control as before anyways. The issue is that there's too many specs in the game. I mean, Augmentation and Devastation are pretty much clones. I honestly feel like Demon Hunter and Windwalker are pretty much clones too. Personal issue, I think. Demon Hunter is so squishy. What do you mean? Demon Hunter is like the hardest spec in the game to kill it unless you're Subrug. Do you remember this? Is this copyrighted? What is this? I don't think I can listen to this. Oh, I used him in my first PvP video, bro. My first YouTube upload is literally a Ronald Jenkins backing track. God damn, bro. Ronald Jenkins is freaking... Does he upload anymore? Oh, 2 years ago. He's still kind of going at it. A month ago. He's actually pretty... I mean, it's kind of fallen off a little bit, but... He's literally... I used him as the backing track for my first YouTube video. How many healers are in Blitz? 2 per team. 2 per team, my guy. 2 per team. Okay. I think I'm gonna head out though. I think it's just a wait and see, you guys. It's a wait and see angle. Maybe it ends up all falling apart. Who knows? But it's definitely a wait and see. I don't think we can make any like final assumptions until the game is actually out. Because who knows? Who actually knows? Happy New Year, everybody. Hopefully 2026 is your best year on record. So it's EST is in 5 seconds. Okay, well, Happy New Year, East Coast. Happy New Year. Okay? Happy New Year. The fuck am I doing? See? Happy New Year song. Happy New Year, everybody. Howdy, howdy, hardy, howdy, 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 ho. I'll see you on the next episode. And thank you for the insane support also today. It was crazy. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Grateful as always. And we will continue into the new year. Into the set of the dawn of a new sunrise or some bullshit. I don't know. I'm not feeling very motivational right now. I need to pee and I want to go to sleep. Okay? Adios, chaps.